Morena everyone, and welcome to the council meeting of Monday 3rd of April 2023. Just a reminder from a health and safety point of view, if the alarm sounds, make your way out that back door, which is our nearest emergency exit, and we congregate on the other side of the road from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council building and await instructions from staff. Just need to be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video is publicly available on YouTube. Reminding members to speak clearly into your microphones and one at a time. And to those who are going to be presenting the microphones, just a reminder, they are quite narrow in their focus. So if you're like me and you move your head around, we lose the sound. Just be conscious of that. And can everyone make sure that their mobile phones are either off or turned on to silent? Thank you. And welcome. We have representatives from our CCOs here. Nice to have you with us. And we'll hear from you in a minute. Can we start, please, Shad, with a karakia?
Morena tātou, tuatahi rā, ka tuku mihi ki a tātou katoa, ko tauna I tēnei ata, kia koe rā Anne, I whakahaere nei tēnei o tō tātou nei hui, nō reira tēnā koe. Just acknowledging you all here this morning and also to you, Anne, chairing and managing our discussions for today. So we'll just start with a short karakia, nō reira kia nui tātou. E te atua anei rā mātou e koropiko nei mui tō aroro, e te atua ka tuku ngā whakamomiti, ngā whakawhetai ki a koe, maunga manaki tō atua. Manaki tia rā tātou I ngā āhuatanga I ngā take e hora nei, kia whai hua, kia whai huarahi tika mā tātou katoa. Tēnei mātūna tina ki a koe, kore ki tō ngā tapu. Āmene.
Thank you, Shad. There are no apologies. We're all here. There's no one booked for the public forum. Late items. So we've got the Memorial Park Aquatics and Indoor Courts update that was in the supplementary agendas circulated on Thursday. You happy to move, Shad and Bill second? Do we also have the late Appendix 1 from the item 10.1 recommendations on other committees? Do we have to formally? It's a tabled item, is it? Okay. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Confidential business to be transferred into the open. There is none. No change to the order of business that I've been advised of. That brings us to 7.1, minutes from the council meeting held on the 20th of March. You're moving, that's a true and correct record. Bill and Shad seconding. Any discussion on that? Any corrections? No, she's done a pretty good job, Janie, thank you. So moved and seconded, no discussion. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Declaration of conflict of interest. None? No deputations, presentations or petitions. That brings us to the first item today, which is a recommendation from other committees, repurposing of the City Centre Development Incentive Fund. I'm not looking forward to the acronym for that.
Te mare tātou, I will try not to use the acronym for that. So at the most recent Strategy, Finance and Risk meeting, we presented a paper to repurpose the City Centre Development Incentive Fund. It currently has a narrow focus, which is to support feasibility studies for student accommodation. Over the period of the last 18 months, we've supported 3 feasibility studies, 2 specifically for student accommodation, and 1 a broader study of land available in the city centre that could be suitable for student accommodation. The people knocking on our door to use that fund for that purpose has dried up, and we're keen to include that as part of the fund, but broaden the scope. So as a council, we can do more to support the city centre over the next couple of years as we go through a period of relatively significant transformation and growth. So we presented this paper to Strategy, Finance and Risk, focusing on 4 broad areas: attracting and incentivising residential and in particular student accommodation, support for short to medium term tactical car parking interventions, initiatives that will support city centre businesses that are severely impacted by ongoing construction, and support for increased vibrancy and activation. That was approved by Strategy, Finance and Risk. So today we're presenting it to Council. Since then, we have updated the City Centre Development Incentive Fund framework, which supports the paper and has got more of the detail that outlines how we plan to make the fund available for use. Happy to answer any questions, and apologies for the late attachment.
Thank you very much. Can I just check? So I think with some of the discussions last week and the presentation by Main Street, downtown Tauranga, whilst particularly negative in some of the comments that were made and the commentary around it, are we confident, well, are you confident in your role that some of the things that we're outlining in here will help address some of those issues that have been raised, particularly things like, you know, the short-term parking particularly for tradespeople, the need for more people living in the city, and the need to be aware of the considerable disruption that many businesses are going to face?
I think the key thing is there's definitely no silver bullet here. If there is, we would have already done it. And I guess what this fund's doing is opening up a whole lot of other avenues for us to try things that have got the potential to do exactly what you suggested, which is support our businesses over the next couple of years. Tradie car parking is one thing, but actually talking to businesses over the last couple of weeks, staff car parking is actually a bigger issue at the moment. And some of our businesses are struggling to attract staff because they can't afford to pay for parking. And if they park in the cheaper car parks, they're too far away, and at 3 o'clock in the morning when you've got to get to your car, it's unsafe. So those are the kind of things that we'd like to look to try and respond to through this fund. So I can't hand on heart say we're going to crack it, but by opening up the scope of the fund, we've got more opportunity to do different things and try different things to respond to the needs of the business and retail community in the city centre. And I guess a key part of that is, like you've pointed out, our relationship with downtown Tauranga. So I've been and met with the board in the last 2 weeks, and we've got another meeting, I can't remember off the top of my head, to chat to staff about how we use them to support us to implement some of these things. And we've been reaching out and talking to businesses on a pretty regular basis. So we've talked to Masonic Park stakeholders. We've met with a couple of business owners last week to get a real feel for what they need at the moment in terms of council trying to support them over the next, I was going to say years, but in actual fact, the need is now, particularly with winter on our doorstep. Yeah, a lot of businesses are hurting, and anything we can do to provide support will be much appreciated.
Yeah, I just actually wanted to reflect on something that was contained within the report last week in relation to, I think the term was a significant increase in vandalism, intimidation, thefts, and a range of other antisocial offences. I followed up with the police and have received their statistics for the last 5 years on that range of offending. And there certainly is nothing in the police statistics that would support the comments that were contained in Main Street's report last week. So, no increase at all. In fact, I think possible decrease as a result of certainly the change in the transport hub and the bus shelters. So.
Thanks, Gareth. I'm pretty comfortable with where we've landed with the report, and then the work that the Strategy, Risk and Finance Committee have done to bring this back here. And I'm happy to move it. I just had a question in terms of para 47 about the report back in October, and wonder whether we could have a check-in, I don't know, at 3 months just to see how we are going. 6 months just seems to be a bit long or further out than anticipated. So, yeah.
No problem.
Seconded by Bill. Did you want to say anything?
I did have a question around the outcome agreement, but I see it's in the table paper. So, thank you.
Stephen.
Thanks, Gareth. You did mention the challenge that businesses were having with staff not being particular, and I take it that it was primarily hospitality staff in the evenings. And I do recall that one of the commissioner clinics, a particular business highlighted that very issue, that they were having to park too far out, and when they finished their shift at late night, there was a safety concern. There was some discussion that we might change the parking time to finish at 5 p.m. as opposed to 6 p.m. And I would imagine that would very positively affect those hospitality workers, because they would be able to come in just prior to their shift, depending obviously when their shift starts, but presumably that would be of assistance to them. So I just wondered where that was at. It seems like a really positive suggestion to deal with an immediate concern.
Thanks, Stephen. Yep, that's been received by staff, and I know our transport team are looking at the implications of that right now. So I'll find out a timeline for reporting back. During the course of investigating that particular issue, and I didn't know, but Spring Street and Elizabeth Street car parks are free all day Saturday and Sunday. So hospitality staff could park in a Spring Street car park that's open 24/7, and it's well lit. It's got CCTV cameras, and it's a block and a half from the majority of the F&B offering in food and beverage offering in the city centre. So, just by bringing these conversations alive and having the dialogue with our community and with the businesses in the city centre, we're already starting to find solutions that were actually already there. So how can we extend that to make Friday night part of the offering? And you're exactly right, changing it to 4 or 5 o'clock could work perfectly. So we'll report back on that shortly.
The only question I had was your comment that, so the original intention of this fund was to help flush out developers who were interested in particularly student accommodation, but also other residential. So your comment that those people pursuing that have dried up, does that mean that those investigations have dried up, or is it with interest rates and construction costs going through the roof, I can sort of understand people aren't rushing into this, but does that mean that we're not likely to get anyone developing that sort of accommodation in the city in the near future, or are we still working with those people in another way?
The 2 feasibility studies that we contributed to are both live opportunities, so they definitely haven't gone away. They've got more challenging over the last couple of months, but they're definitely still live, one more so than the other one. My comment really related to, since then, no one else has been knocking on our door saying, hey, I'd like to have a look at trying to build some student accommodation, but we're definitely keeping irons in that fire, having conversations with the University of Waikato, with Priority One on a regular basis about trying to stimulate interest in that space, and following up the 2 live ones to see what more council can do to try and support them to get those across the line.
Same time, we're talking about for the long-term plan development contributions and looking at what other cities have done. Hamilton City, for instance, I think if you're over 6 stories, you don't pay any development contributions, and there's a 50% up to the 6-story. So we are also having live conversations around how those sorts of incentives might help. Not that they are huge amounts of money, but every little helps, I guess. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? No. So that's the recommendations, that we receive the report, acknowledge the endorsement of strategy, finance and risk, and approve broadening that scope of the incentive fund to that wider range of initiatives, and the framework has been tabled today. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. That brings us to the main event today, the report from our CCOs. And this is their half-yearly reports to the 31st of December 22. And first up we have Dave Venues, is it? Sanjay. Sanjay, sorry. Yes. First up we have staff.
Cool. Morena koutou, thank you. Our CCOs have delivered their half-yearly reports in line with their statements of intent and local government Act requirements. We have representatives today from the Tauranga Art Gallery Trust who will be up first, Bay Venues and Tourism Bay of Plenty to speak to their reports. We just need to make one correction, please, in the Art Gallery's report. In section 11.1, paragraph 24, it should say that they had a deficit of $62,818, whereas they had a $41,000 surplus in the same period the previous year.
I'm sorry, just take us through that again. Sorry.
No problem.
Page.
So in section 11.1 on paragraph 24, it
Right.
should say that there was a deficit. So there's a typo there. Great, thank you. I'll hand over to Wayne and Sonia from the Tauranga Art Gallery Trust now to talk to their report. Thanks.
Be good to have them in the order in which they're in our agenda. But good morning. Welcome. Nice to see you. We're in your hands.
Oh, Morena Koto. Firstly, just apologies from Rosemary, our chair. She's had a prior appointment, so couldn't make it. So I'm here on behalf of the board. And I'll just a couple of introductory comments and I'll pass you over to Sonia and Megan. Firstly, just acknowledge the contribution that Tauranga City Council make to the gallery, both financially, but also the wider support that you provide to CCOs. I mean, it's, being part of that CCO family has a number of benefits. So just record our thanks for that. And secondly, just introduce you to Sonia Korahina, the new director of the gallery. She doesn't need a lot of introduction, a very well-known personality in Tauranga, but we're obviously delighted to have Sonia as the new director. And then part of that, I'd just like to acknowledge the work that Stephen Cleland, the previous director over the last few years, and also Megan, who has been the acting director while we just have worked through the recruitment. So what we plan to do, I'll hand over to Megan, is going to sort of do the backward-looking 6 months, and then I'll get Sonia to sort of excite you around what's coming up in the gallery in the future. So.
Morena, I'm just trying to find who's got the clicker, who's doing the, oh, cool, sweet as. Can you hear me? Okay. So I appreciate that you've read the report, so I'm just going to really dig a little bit deeper and give you a little bit of heart to some of the things that have been put in the report. But if we hit behind the scenes first, I think you're aware that we had quite a few new staff on board in the gallery. We did a lot of work around enhancing our systems and processes to really just build a really solid foundation coming out of COVID, because that's what was been missing. And we also challenged ourselves as to what we do and why we do it. So that was part of the reset button coming into July. So everything from the back of the house through to the front of the house has been reviewed and re-looked at. So hence in this report, you'll see a very different delivery report with very different programs. So that's where we've come from on that. So what it resulted in really was a delivery of enhanced education programs, a whole new range of public programs, which you would have seen, very diverse. And also we wanted to make sure that we actually delivered meaningful engagements with everyone who came through the gallery. So it was like, welcome, here we are, we're fantastic, come and enjoy yourself. So that was the mission that we achieved. So the other one we wanted to do was also, obviously revenue is quite important, and outside our opening hours of 10 and 4, it was about how can we bring people into the gallery more. So as we click through the photos, please, sorry. Yeah, so we're talking about different things here. So on the right-hand side there, you've got the Squiggler program. This is a family fun day, which is booked out every year. It's developed by the Chartwell Trust. Believe it or not, even I can do it. It's a dot, a line, and a squiggle, and that's all you do on a piece of paper, and you create this artwork from it. So the families came out of that with some fantastic family collaborative, probably not agreed at all times, but fantastic bits of art for their family home. That's very popular, and that's run for all ages and stages. And next to that is obviously the education program. So the good thing about the Chartwell Trust and the Squiggler programs that we've been able to do is we've developed future leaders in our community. So Girl Guides New Zealand provide rangers to help us deliver this program, which signs them off on a community service badge as well. Plus they then take the skills that they've learned back into their Girl Guide units. So it's a very big thing around engaging the community and connecting. And so the next few slides, just briefly on these ones. So our education programs are linked to the exhibitions. This can be a challenge for staff at all times, depending on the different ideologies of the staff. but with this also creates a very diverse education program. So those things have been done, and we've also realigned the education programs to the new curriculum that's just come out too. So that's a learning thing for our staff, and they're attending a conference down in Wellington in April, I think, this year to learn more about that. So it's a challenge of ours is keeping our teachers up to date with the education syllabus and curriculum because they're outside the specific general classroom. So that's really good. Now, the art bus that goes alongside these programs is still essential for everything that we do. It's free for the schools. 98% of our schools are on this bus. We link in with the library around collaboration around library and education classes. So they might go to the library first and they'll rotate to the art gallery, and they quite often will have lunch on the waterfront if the weather's nice. So that fills in a really good day. So we had 63 of those shared classes last year. It's the schools that choose, not us. We'd like them all to do it, but it's up to the schools that choose. So that's very good. The Zane Fest there is around the Tauranga Arts Festival, and we host that every year and very popular with Andrew Bex in the background there. So that's really good. So the new public programs around artist talks and creative workshops, they were very successful. And the good thing for us is that the artists were very engaged with everyone who came through the door. So they sat down with people and had cups of tea with them, and they talked to them. And so it created that meaningful engagement rather than just coming to a talk fest where they hear someone talk. They were actually involved. So that's really good. So you can see that the whole environment of the gallery has been changing and moving for the last 6 months. Yep. Okay, and here's another example. So yoga before 10 a.m. Who doesn't like to wake up with yoga in the quiet atrium there with Shannon in the background there? So that was a tester as well. And one of our large collaborative projects was the night at the museum, that was in the report there. That was, again, very exciting, well looked after. It was 7 organisations that came and shared one learning from all their organisations, including the Elms and everyone. And for us, it was about putting staff in front of a crowd who had never spoken before publicly. So again, we're challenging the things, we're challenging everything we do and why we're doing it. So the performance areas, there's 2 areas in our report. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, Sonia's going to nail these ones for you. The performance areas in the report, the 2 that we've highlighted red as being off track and needing further monitoring, is the visitor numbers through the door and the number of students in our education programs. So during July, August, COVID-19 played another major part in our education classes, which was a real shame. So we were down 864 students, and because we didn't have the capacity to increase those by December, we couldn't gain those numbers back. But we've had a new educator appointed in January, and we've ramped up our classes to 4 times a day, and they include everything from early childhood to secondary school now. So we're quite positive that we're actually going to come closer, if not achieve that target now, which is exciting. But the visitor numbers, they are coming through the door more, and since January we've seen 3 times an increase since from November, December, so that'll be the cruise ships and the tourists. That is still out of our control a little bit more, but we are doing our best. Even our new front of house lead is going outside going, Heidi Mai, come inside the gallery. She's out canvassing everyone around the streets to try and get people in the door because we want people to come in. So yeah, that's something that's out of our control a little bit, but the exhibitions on at the moment are definitely attracting a lot of people. So that's looking good too. For us thinking here, I just want to finally thank the council staff for the support around the operation. So Anne, Sanjana and James. That's been fantastic. And also your work around creating the closer network with other CCOs, that's been really beneficial. I know Stephen really benefited from that, and not to mention the discussion around the shared services. So all of that support in the background, that's been fantastic for us. I just want to thank you for that as well. I'll hand you over to lovely Sonia now, and she'll take you through the exhibition artist things.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. I want to echo, first of all, the incredible job that Megan has done over the past few months, and she's done a brilliant induction for myself. Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome that I have received as the new director of the Art Gallery. I'm absolutely thrilled to be in the role. I'm going to talk really briefly today about a couple of artists, actually. We've got here on the slides Maraea Timu Timu. Maraea is from Matapihi, and this work here is all around her maternal and paternal lineage and around the whenua. And actually what you can almost see, or what you can see there, are self-portraits of her ancestors. And her mother put it really beautifully in one of the talks that we had, that these stones were stepped on by her ancestors. So she collected them together, and here they are as living embodiment of those really strong ties and whakapapa. The art gallery is also it plays a really important role in the ecosystem in Aotearoa, and for example with Maraea, this show has been a springboard for her. She recently was in a commercial show in Auckland that came from this, and on Thursday night at Whakatane Museum, this exhibition has toured there and will be opening as part of their suite of shows down there. Can we change to the next slide? I wanted to also mention Aisha Green, who's Kaitahu and Kahanunu, and was shown at the same time. Aisha Green was the recipient of the Rydell Art Prize, which is a $25,000 cash prize for the artist who makes the greatest contribution to painting in Aotearoa in the 2 years prior. It's a really prestigious award, and for Aisha, the difference it made for her was she was able to take time off and actually research and develop a body of work that she then exhibited in the Tauranga Art Gallery. That body of work has since entered into collections into Papa, Christchurch, and indeed this show in its entirety is going to be represented at Wellington City Gallery in the coming months as well. So just wanting to demonstrate how we're part of a wider ecosystem and giving these opportunities to our artists, we're indeed uplifting their mana. If we could change to the next slide. Looking back at our report here, I just wanted to mention that one of our items that a yellow is partnering with Mana Whenua to ensure strong engagement with Māori. Our Māori engagement strategy is something that I'm very cognizant of and have already started acting on, and we look forward to formalising and realising that as well. Looking to other stakeholders, including our own Friends of Tauranga Art Gallery and the Foundation, how we move forward together collectively in a really cohesive way as partners is also something that I will be working on with the board too. And then just to finish, looking towards Te Manuataki or Te Papa, it's an excellent opportunity for Tauranga Art Gallery to join a rich cultural precinct, and we look forward to that. We know that, of course, it comes with great outcomes comes great challenges, and we're ready for it. Yeah, kia ora, thank you.
Thanks, Sonia and Megan, and welcome, Sonia. Very, very pleased to see you in that role, and look forward to what's going to happen over the next 18 months, probably. Any questions? Bill?
No, and again, congratulations, Sonia, on your appointment, and certainly really pleased with the report that the galleries provided. I had a couple of questions. They revenue or related, and the first one on page 14 of your report, or our page 77, it talks about generating 20% of revenue other than from sources such as TCC. What's the intention then? You've got 20% there, which would be 24% of overall operating budget. Is that still intended to grow over a period of time, or are you looking at 20% and then that's it?
So from where I was sitting, we came in, 20% was obviously what was agreed to in the SOI and everything. Our goal was actually to become less reliant on obviously council, so that hopefully will diminish in time. But at this point, and I think for the foreseeable future, that will be the target that we achieve while we go through all this change. But we've certainly had a lot more success around funding applications and sponsors that are going to come on board for the new development. So we're looking hopeful.
Question related to the education programs, and there was reference to the free art bus, and I see there is income from education programs. So is there a connection with the schools in terms of funding those, or are those programs totally funded by the art gallery, and then hence obviously from the funding that you get from the council?
Okay, so to participate in the school program, we add like $1 for resources into the children's that attend. So they pay anything from $3 to $5. That's all they pay to come into the art gallery, and a lot of that is part of the operating grant that TCC provides us, but also additional funding. And then the art bus is funded a little bit through operational grants, and Western Bay Plenty District Council fund the balance. So it's a mix. Okay.
Going on from Bill, I think it's a really good opportunity. I attended a PowerCo event, so it was an event run in the art gallery and in the early evening, and gosh, it worked really well. And you've got that magnificent exhibition on at the moment, which was just such a fabulous backdrop for anyone trying to talk sensibly about power transmission. But I couldn't help think, you know, we get you opened out onto that upgraded Masonic Park on a summer's evening. It just creates huge opportunities, doesn't it? I mean, it was great as it was, but it's only going to get better. Yeah. Chad.
Kia ora koutou. Sonia Wayne. Hey, I just got a question about in your KPIs, it makes reference to collecting data around ethnicity. I suppose firstly, how do you collect that data? And then also, I went to the ethnic, multicultural Tauranga ethnic thing a couple of weeks ago. It was a great event, lots of cultures, and it just kind of makes me realise that, you know, as a city, we are growing just in terms of the different types of nationalities and cultures that we have here in Tauranga. And so I just want to understand our reach, particularly out into those communities. I know that we've, and just picking up on all the artwork, you know, we've got really good relationships with mana whenua, which is awesome, and I support and applaud that. But when it comes to our ethnic communities, how are we connecting and engaging there?
Kia ora, yes, absolutely. The first point, I guess, of contact for most of our youth is actually through our education programs, and so the children are coming in through their schools, and but what we then look to do with that is inspire them to then bring mum and dad in as well, and so we build our programs around such as our family fun days and so on, and we've got our communications such as our newsletters. However, there's definitely a piece of work there, and to ensure that we're engaging as fully as we could. We do run surveys, and that is a way of identifying who's coming through the door. However, that's who's coming through the door, and so there's definitely a piece of work to be done there.
I don't mean to add into everyone else, but we've run a number of quite large citizenship ceremonies recently. I think last week it was 103. There were 2 the month before, which probably would have equated to about 180. And each one of them has over 20 different nationalities. And that's for Tauranga. So I understand about 22% of Tauranga residents were born outside of New Zealand. So that is a significant group of people that we need to be attracting and of course so many of them are very focused on art as an integral part of their culture.
Yes, absolutely. Just to add, as part of our programming, we do cast a diversity lens across it to ensure that we've got the right mix of programming. And then it's about actually reaching out and ensuring that we've got those connections to bring diverse ethnic audiences into the gallery, or even indeed our online programs too.
I've just got one last question. In the caper around sustainability, Council's going through a corporate sustainability plan, developing that at the moment. You're probably not aware of it, but the things that I think as an organisation focused on is, how can we show leadership when it comes to sustainability, not just the way we manage waste and recycling, those kinds of things, but when it comes to energy, when it comes to transport, when it comes to our staff, how we move around the city, would be worth kind of connecting in to see how the organisation's developing that piece of work. I think would be really valuable in terms of what you're thinking about from a sustainability perspective.
Look, I think it's great to hear, particularly the review process you're now going through, and kind of with a new director, it provides an opportunity to kind of, okay, where are we at? Where do we need to be? And I think it's a very healthy kind of process. I did have a couple of questions around the financials that you may or may not be in a position to answer, but I just noticed on our report, which is page 78 of our agenda, it's got the statement of financial performance there, which shows a deficit for the year as at the end of December of $63,000. And your revenue from providing goods and services was the primary driver of that difference, if you like. Is that a result of the COVID issue, and can we expect that to improve, or is this, kind of core to the looking at alternative revenue streams and what we can do to lift that?
Yeah, probably all of the above. I mean, it's a really challenging sort of last 3 years, isn't it, to work out sort of what normal is anymore. So probably a little bit of COVID. The board's been, very, very, put a lot of attention into trying to work out what the core costs of running a gallery is in this kind of post-COVID environment. So a lot of attention on that. And then the challenges, if you want to deliver showstoppers and, exhibitions that, bring people in the gallery, they cost. So, it's that real balance of sort of not, delivering a gallery by the bare bones, but so a lot of attention on it. We've committed to a deficit budget for the foreseeable future, but clearly that's not sustainable. So, we need to work really hard. Sonia will be sort of tasked with, providing us with a budget at some point that gets us back to sustainability. But, it's probably a signal that the board, is committed to, long-term and a successful gallery. But, it is challenging times, inflationary pressures, salaries. We had employees that, to actually just get them up to, CPI adjustments, that's a big chunk of your budget when you are restricted from a revenue point of view. I mean, we don't, user fees are really difficult in a gallery setting as to how far you can charge. So all of that, really challenging times, but, I suppose just be aware the board's, really zoning in on that, clearly just running deficits is not a sustainable model. So,
Exactly the answer I was both expecting and looking forward to. So that's great. And I just noticed on the statement of financial position, and this may be a reporting error coming through, I'm not sure, but this is on page 79 of our agenda. It shows total non-current assets at 10 million for property and plant, but total non-current assets at 13.6. What's the difference? Is that the building? It didn't seem enough to me.
Sorry, just clarify the question. What makes up the 13? Was that the question over and above the 10?
Well, it just shows the property, plant and equipment at 10 million. And then it's got a subtotal of total non-current assets at 13.6 million, which is a difference of 3.6 million between the two. It appears-
Some of that's the collection, which, there's the art gallery owns a collection of art, so, which is, I'd have to have a look exactly what that's worth, but a good chunk of that 3 million will be the collection.
Okay, just obviously not showing on the report for some reason.
Yeah, I'd have to, maybe we can get back to you with the details on that.
Yeah,
but
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you, that was all.
Nothing else? Okay. Look, thank you very much. Good to see you. Welcome on board, Sonia. And I have no doubt we will be seeing a lot more of you over the next couple of months as we finalise the Masonic Park and the alterations to the gallery. I must confess, I was sitting in the gallery there looking at it thinking, how on earth are we going to do that? So I'm sure we will be talking about it. Thank you very much. BVL next, is it? Welcome. Welcome, Julie and Chad.
Tēnā koutou. Firstly, just like to put in apologies from our board chair, Simon, who is unable to be with us today, but we've got Julie stepping in as our deputy chair. And I'll take you through a few highlights and a few headlines from our half-year report. If I can get you to skip on probably to the next slide, I'll try and move through this reasonably quickly. Really just want to pick up on some highlights. I'll pick them up. We've got some photos in a moment, but the business has probably stabilised quite well over the past 12 months. Coming out of COVID, as you've heard from the art gallery, that's been a real challenge for us. But things are tracking quite well at the moment as we bounce back. A few ups and downs and things as you'd expect, but generally things are on track. So moving on to the next slide. It's always easier to talk in photos. They kind of give you a much better picture of where things are at. So in the top left-hand corner is one of our general managers, Tina Harris-Surinui, who is there receiving an award for our Funky Fun Days program from the New Zealand Recreation Association. So we're pretty proud of getting that one and demonstrating some good work that we're doing out in the community. If you go to the top right-hand corner, that was New Year's Eve. And that was, I think we had about 4,500 people at Bay Park, followed a few days later by the return of Bay Dreams with 11,000 people. So great to get those big summer concerts coming back into the city. Obviously, we had some that were affected by the weather that didn't proceed, but there were some that went and proceeded well. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, picture of the Silver Ferns in action against the Diamonds. And really just wanted to highlight that we've had a massive event program through the back half of last year, and that's carried on as well. So we were basically back to back with events, struggling to be able to fit everything in that we had coming through. And then across the bottom, there are 3 photos there which show Greerton Aquatic and Leisure Centre, which reopened at the end of last year. The photo in the middle there with the lady with the scissors is Iris Stockwell, 91 years old, and swims at our facility at Greerton on a weekly basis, and has been swimming there for many, many years. So great to have her do the honours and cut the ribbon for us. And then, of course, in the middle at the top, I just put that in, it was quite a cool photo, but just demonstrated all of the work that's been going on at our facilities, particularly our aquatic facilities. A huge number of people through. The wet weather drove big numbers through our pools. We had record days at both the hot pools and at Baywave over summer. So yeah, lots of activity coming through the facilities. And then if I just flick forward to the next slide, I thought this was a great one to demonstrate some really cool collaboration across the city. So this was from the World Squash tournaments that we had late last year, where they brought in this glass squash court, which I think came from Germany and was set up inside the arena. And then what you maybe can't quite see behind it is a full digital screen that changed in and out with some amazing imagery of the city as well. The people from World Squash were just absolutely delighted with the way that we delivered the event, brought a real entertainment feel to it, and it was sold out. What I really wanted to highlight, though, is that this was done in partnership with the team at Tauranga City Council and their events team, and also with our good friends at Tourism Bay of Plenty, who helped bring this all together, working with our local squash community to put on an amazing event, which had broadcast coverage all around the world. So really exciting to be able to see that, along with having some of New Zealand's top squash players on court there as well. Which I think just also demonstrates the strong relationships that we have with council, with staff across all areas, and also with our fellow CCOs. So moving on from there, to pick up some numbers as well, because obviously that's important too. Just wanted to highlight that our visitor numbers are bouncing back, and that 39% up on the same period from the prior year obviously was COVID affected, so great to see those numbers coming back. We're not quite back to pre-COVID levels, but we're getting close to it, and that's looking positive. The revenue number on the right-hand side obviously up significantly on budget and on the prior year, as you'd expect, but with significant increased costs coming through as well in the current environment. So that is hitting us. But on an EBITDA level, I'm quite pleased to see that we were tracking ahead of budget and well ahead of last year, and also pleased to report that over the last few months since then that we've been tracking even better. So we'll be able to let you know probably a better result at the end of the year as well. And good customer satisfaction still coming through. Dipped a touch on the same period from last year. We were at 90%, but I think that's probably just with more people in the facilities. It's making that more challenging to keep that customer satisfaction level, but still at a really good level there. So I'll flick forward. I don't expect you to go through all of this, but if you look down the right-hand side, you'll see that we had some objectives for the year in our game plan. Most of those are either completed or on track as at now, effectively. We've got one around a customer experience program, which we're just about to kick into. And we've got a bit more work to do around developing relationships with mana whenua. Some of that has been some changes with particularly Ngā Pōtiki, who we're looking to work with, who have had some changes in leadership there. So still work to do, but tracking in the right direction. Moving forward, again, another slide here. I won't dwell on the challenges and risks in front of us. Suffice to say that it is a challenging environment that we're in. We've got a whole lot of things that are hitting us, mostly from an external kind of perspective. And things like the user fees review, which we've been through and presented to you a couple of times in the last 2 months. So we've still got to finish that off. But what I do want to say is, despite the fact that there is challenges in front of us, there's a really positive energy within the organisation at the moment, at a board level, staff level, and the conversations that we're having with our partners and with our key customers. And we're really poised to be able to deliver some great outcomes to the community. So in a good place at the moment. And I'll let Julie make a couple of comments around governance.
Morena, everyone. So just a couple of comments on this. I'll endorse what Chad is saying. We're feeling really positive as a board about how we're tracking and bouncing back post-COVID. Still a journey and new challenges, of course, coming in, but tracking in the right direction. Just from a board point of view, I think we're all settled now. The addition of Wayne has been fantastic, actually, so thank you very much for that appointment. And, when I look around the table, we all bring a diverse range of strengths, acknowledging Gareth as well. And I think coming together, we really do function well as a board. So, and of course, with the organisation now in the hands of Chad, I think we're feeling very positive about it from both a management and a board perspective. We're looking forward to the board review. We're feeling that we're halfway, midway, if you like, and it's a good chance to stop and have a look at ourselves and make sure that we're on track as well to deliver what our expectations are. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Julie. And I think from our point of view, the organisation's gone through some pretty tough times in the past. And we're delighted with the energy and the positiveness, if you like, that we're seeing through. And I think an important part of that has been the community focus that the board have brought, along with the commercial skills, but some of the feedback from some of those community organisations that that they feel, that they're feeling loved by the organisation is absolutely critical to what the Commission was trying to achieve with the revamp of reorganisation of BVL. I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, do we have any idea how long that traffic situation is going to go? Do you know how long that's? I mean, I know it's B2B is like an endless piece of string.
It's a challenge, yeah. We met with CPB about a month ago. At that point, they were talking about having the new off-ramp heading towards the Mount completed by the end of May. Hopefully that's on track. They did say there's still challenges with resource and being able to complete that. They are at least making some good progress on getting Truman Lane back to 2 lanes, so there's some activity happening there at the moment. So hopefully within the next few months we should see things start to settle down, because it has been a very difficult challenge for us to manage.
And we've had a lot of feedback about the traffic, the congestion whenever there's been any of those big events. My other question is really just about the next bit, I guess, which is when you're putting together, coming to us for the LTP and the state of some of our facilities. So I guess from the Commission's point of view, we want to know, and I've said it before, the good, the bad and the ugly, so that we have a realistic view of what that's looking like, because more people are using the services. You're seeing a slight drop in satisfaction. If we don't keep those facilities up to scratch, we're going to see that. I think we'll see that drop. And we don't want to see that happen. So we'd like to know the real story. Don't try and butter it up, because I'm not saying we're going to give you everything you want, but we need to actually understand the long-term life of some of those services. Okay, that was mine. Anything else? Yes, Shad.
Thank you. Just to follow on from Anne as well. I think over the last 6 or 12 months, we've had upgrades at Greerton and had some maintenance at Baywave. So it would be useful to understand, from a renewals perspective, what's kind of in the pipeline. But my main question, just kind of watching what's going on across the country, and in particular Auckland. I know I've seen some bits and pieces come out of Auckland about some of the services up there, the pools in particular struggling around staffing, and I know you've kind of highlighted it here. From what I understand, Auckland's adjusted their levels of service because they don't necessarily have the staff to be able to provide those services, and I assume we're not necessarily we're not that bad yet. Well, hopefully. But just kind of want to get an understanding around staffing levels and how we're tracking, and then it looks like going forward.
Absolutely, great question. And it is a challenge for us at the moment, managing staffing, particularly getting lifeguards is one area where we have struggled, and that's been the case for probably a couple of years now. We've probably been fortunate with some of those maintenance closures, and Baywave, which has been closed for 3 months, is now due to open this Friday. So that's on track to open. That will put a bit more pressure on us because we've been able to redeploy staff across to other pools. Generally, we've coped okay and kind of just held it together. There have been the odd occasion where we've had to close one of the smaller facilities to enable us to open the larger facilities. So we will continue to prioritise that as we need to. COVID still, raises a challenge every now and again where you lose, 2 or 3 staff at the same time because they might have been socialising together, and that can have an impact on us. So constantly recruiting, working hard. Julie and I were just talking before that the minimum living wage announcement going up. Hopefully that will help us to retain people, and people seeing that being a lifeguard is a career option. And so we're certainly pushing to try and find every way that we can to both retain and attract new staff in that space.
Well, I was going to, Chad's largely asked the question and you've largely answered it, but I did notice your staff turnover was up in the 35%. Is that, I mean, I appreciate you'll be recruiting a lot of young people and there'll be inevitably high turnover in that, but is that within your expectations or are you above your expectations in terms of turnover?
Again, a really good question. I think you have to understand the makeup of our staffing structure. So we have about 2/3 of our 375 odd staff are either part-time or casual. So a lot of them do have that turnover, a lot of students that are there as well. So we do expect a much higher level of turnover than you would get in many other businesses because of that. Having said that, our turnover has been tracking at a higher level than what we would like to have. What won't show up in this report, which we've seen in our latest board reports, is that our turnover has dipped down again over the last couple of months. So we're hopeful that's a trend in the right direction and that some of these things we've been putting in place in terms of the minimum living wage and the support we've had from council to do that. We've put more effort into our staff benefits program. We've got a staff referral program, so we're trying to bring the right people on board. So we're hopeful that those initiatives that we've had in place are starting to make a difference, but we've got to keep going with it.
And I'd have to say that notwithstanding those challenges, to have a 88% general satisfaction is a really positive story. So it's obviously reflecting that positivity that both the board and management are feeling. So well done.
Thank you. If I can just add to that our team are incredibly passionate about what they do, and I think that shows in those satisfaction ratings that we get. I think our industry probably doesn't ever pay the best, but people do it because they love that and they love that interaction with the community.
And not so much a question, Chair, but really a comment following on from your earlier commentary in terms of understanding the good, the bad and the ugly in terms of some of the facilities. And particularly, I just wanted to highlight in terms of the community centres and halls aspect of that. Over many, many years, they've probably been the Cinderella in terms of investment. But they are actually relied on and used by a whole range of people in the community. So I just wanted to reinforce that and whilst we've got some quite significant facilities, those centres and halls that provide for in our suburban or in other areas are quite key. So I'll be interested in terms of your commentary and around all of those when you come back through the LTP process.
Yeah, and look, we're doing a lot of work around that at the moment. We want to be aspirational around our community facilities. We know that they haven't had the level of investment in them over probably the past 20 years. And so there's a catch-up that needs to happen. Equally, we understand that there is that fiscal responsibility to get the balance right around that. So we'll be working closely with the council team to make sure we pitch that at the right level.
Chad, my last one is really around I'm aware that there's a lot of talk happening with the Speedway people about what they see for their future, which is great, and I know that that's being positively discussed from both parties. Well, actually, all three parties probably, council, yourselves, and Speedway. But I just wanted to know: is there any work being done by any of those on the actual state of the stadium? Because I know that's been discussed. The stadium, the Speedway. It's a bit of a worry. It's only Monday morning and your battery runs out. Yeah, so I just wondered, are we doing any work to assess that and the implications? Because I do know there's been no depreciation on it.
Yeah, and that is a challenge, and that's something that we will come back and talk to you about next month in terms of the funding of a number of our assets, including the stadium at Bay Park. We're working closely with the Speedway fraternity, and we're kind of running 3 streams of work with them. One is around how do we make sure their operation is as efficient and successful as it can be at the moment. Secondly, how we can work with them to accommodate other users on the site at Bay Park as part of the master plan work that's been going on. And thirdly, what does the long-term future look like with them? So having some good constructive conversations. They're obviously very passionate about their sport, which is great. And then to understand what happens with the existing facility, we're looking to do a piece of work and commission, I think KPMG we're working with around understanding what the costs of looking after that facility will be over the next 20 years, which will be significant because it's about 20 years old now. It really hasn't had any money spent on it over that 20 years, and it's showing its age. So there is some significant deferred maintenance and renewals that will be required there. So trying to understand that big picture, which will enable us collectively to figure out the best way forward with Speedway.
Anything else? All right. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Julie. And then that brings us to Bay of Plenty Tourism, and we've got Russ Brown and Oscar. Welcome.
Kia ora tātou, e hui mai nei tēnei ata. Kia ora everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to present our 6 monthly progress. As the chair has said, this is Russ Brown, our deputy chair. Apologies from our chair, Larissa Cooney, who couldn't be with us today. I do just want to generally thank a few people before we get into the report, because I have heard that from quite a few of our fellow CCOs, being the last one up here, you did indicate to us about 1.5 years ago that you really wanted us to get on better with the rest of the family, and I think we worked quite hard to do that. And there's a lot of things we don't get the chance to mention to you in terms of where we are partnering together, and what is quite exciting is where our teams are starting to get to know each other, and perhaps some of the barriers or walls that were built up previously have been pushed down, because I do think that we're all on the same page, which is we want more, we want better for Tauranga, and we're cognizant of the fact that in many cases we have to do more with less. So we're on that page. I just want to take some liberty as we go through the slides. Every photo you'll see on the right-hand side is from our summer photo shoot that we took leading into summer, that we partnered with TCC, Priority One, and BBL. So it really is just as you go through those, and I'm not trying to use them as distractions, but as you go through and see those, that's where that photo shoots come from. But I do think it helps us build the army of imagery that we are going to be supporting TCC with as we move into the Tauranga brand work going forward. So without any further ado, I'll start working through the report. It's cool. So in terms of progress against KPIs, we're pretty much on track with the majority. There is one at risk if we want to go to the next slide, and that really is, I'll talk about that one in a second. So in terms of these, so just to remind you, first time I turned up here, there were 36 KPIs. We've now reduced those to 10. And we've made sure that the 10 are quite bulky 10, and that they are doing us well. Probably one of the things that I want to highlight there, which we'll touch on a few times, is our horticultural provenance strategy around Flavours of Plenty is really starting to get some great momentum. The commitment you supported us on over 1 year ago to push ahead when everyone else was pulling back at the height of COVID, we pushed ahead. We had to trim our sails a bit. That was when the restrictions on 100 people was on back then, if you remember, and seating, and that all changed at the last minute, which sort of thought it would. But anyway, we lost out on holding some big events, but we managed to push through with a lot more smaller events, and that momentum has really built into this year too. So as one of the highlights there, definitely on track to achieve those. Our wellbeing surveys, and we just haven't got to that one yet, so that's the 3 dots there in the centre, but we will get on to that one. And the image there is Mark at G Swift Priority 1, I think, riding through on one of the electric bikes. So that was the P1 part of the photo shoot. Right, next slide, please. So the other balance to the 10 is in the wellbeings sort of aspect, and also our one of the areas that we are needing to improve is with our social wellbeing, or the resident perception of tourism. Need to be really upfront there. We are influencing and directing as much as we can, and our 3 of the 3 councils, Western Bay, we're above that mark. Whakatane, we're above that mark. And respectfully, with all the issues I think we've been talking about this morning, it's probably no surprise that Tauranga's got a bit of work in that space, but we're doing everything we can. I'll talk to you about that in terms of perception around cruise, perception around the promotions we're doing, and all those sorts of things. So just on that particular indicator, that comes out from council, not us. So that is part of your 3 times a year survey that you get from residents. So hopefully that question gets asked after, not too close to sort of rates increases or anything else in terms of influence. Right, so that's that one. If we can go to the next slide, please. Visitor spend. I don't want to spend too long on there, but it's self-explanatory and taking the report as read. But as you would expect, domestic spend, given everything's back open again, was on the improvement. But tourism, as well as everyone else, was subject to that false start to a summer that we had from January and February. And I suppose that combined to a degree with leading up to a degree afterwards with the fact that we also had the weather events and such. So it's not looking that, our summer spend isn't looking as buoyant as we have been used to in the past, but for the purposes of this report, it was good. The international visitor spend is up 27%, as you would expect, again, because of the borders were closed. So that's really positive. What is interesting to let you know is some of the forecasts going forward have been revised back from the buoyancy of borders opening, everyone jumping on planes or jumping on cruise ships again, and everyone being happy, joy. The reality is there is a global recession looming. There is issues with war in the Ukraine, and there are supply and costs and inflation. So that's been peeled back a little bit. So essentially what our key agency for tourism is saying to us in terms of inbound travel is they're pushing that expectation of returning to 100% back to 2025, which is probably a good thing in terms of where things were prior to COVID. So that's on in terms of the visitor spend, but happy to take more questions on that later if need be. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend too much time on the next couple of slides other than these are all included in the report. But other than saying, again, with flavours, it was a brave move that we made there. It's not just about the festival that everyone enjoys going to events. It's actually more around underneath, which is joining up all the providers and the restaurateurs and the provenance and those sorts of things, particularly at a time when other regions are struggling. It's good for us to be able to sort of join that up and to really reinforce our local provenance and supply. And happy to answer questions on flavours a bit later on. Next slide, please. The other thing we've been working hard on in the 6 months to December is elevating our cultural proposition. That isn't Len Brown in the photo, Wayne Brown, sorry. But yeah, we've been working quite hard in terms of identifying how we can fit in with the framework of Te Manuataki o Te Papa and also all the other projects that Council is up to. So without getting into too much detail, we are across quite a few projects at the moment that are both fulfilled our commitment to working with the likes of Carlo and his unit in Te Takawainga with the Whānui app, and then also us looking at our destination, so our destination app. So we're really keen on partnering with Mana Whenua, but in fairness, our teams are working really hard to ensure that we're not doubling up, and we're just trying to clarify who's doing what, and that's worked really well. Next slide, please. The other key one is cruise for us. So the first cruise came in on the 15th of October. The last one is this weekend, actually, on the 8th of April. So it's been a very, very busy cruise season at about 105 ship visits, translating to about 80 odd ship days, because on some of those days you had doubles. We've managed to get through the season relatively unscathed in terms of a lot of the issues that we faced previously. We've been working with the Port and Tauranga City Council on the traffic management aspects. We've worked quite smartly with other aspects of TCC and Main Street, the Mount, in terms of events that are on, to mitigate sort of just a lack of planning on those things. And as much as we can, that's helped to influence the scheduling of the cruise ships themselves. The other massive achievement in there has been the partnership between ourselves, Tauranga Water Transport, Downtown Tauranga, and Bay of Plenty Regional Council to get the ferry service back again. So that's been really good, and we're looking at continuing that as another option to get people off the road, obviously. So that's been going really well. The other thing in there is we surveyed again ahead of season on resident perception of the return of cruise and you know how they were feeling about that, and 76% of residents were either welcoming or very welcoming of the return of cruise. And just to remind you, I've mentioned this before, but the two key things in there, one was the economic benefit, the other one was the feel-good factor. People like seeing cruise ships in their harbour. Kia ora, next slide please. Final one, and then we'll get to the money, is valuing our environment. So working really hard around ensuring that our regenerative, sustainable sort of program continues. And one of the things that I'd like to highlight in there is the fact that our green room program that we've been pushing around the region is starting to sort of circle back to Tauranga Moana again. So we launched in Waihi, then we did a cohort in Tauranga ahead of the cruise season to help and enable businesses get on page with that. Then we were in Whakatane, I think 2 weeks ago, launching there, and now we're circling back here again to Tauranga Moana. When we did present in this room to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, they're really embracive of the progression that we're making in that space, and they've committed to keep supporting our work in that space as well. So next slide, please. Right, in terms of two slides here, one predominantly P&L and the other one the balance sheet. In terms of P&L, again, taking it as read and happy to answer questions. Various sort of issues sort of saw deferment, but essentially unders and overs, we are expecting to end the year as we should. Some things were stalled as we got towards the end of the year because we're waiting to see markets reopen, partnerships with Tourism New Zealand, those sorts of things. And again, I'm a big stickler for not doubling up on things, so we were waiting for other people to sort of clarify what they are doing as well. But the timing of everything we expect to even out by the time we get to June 30. And we have got programs underway, and I can explain that again in the next slide, actually, if we can go to the balance sheet. So in terms of, again, a similar story where we do have a bit of cash on hand, just to sort of reiterate that we're not stockpiling and heading off to Stockholm or anything like that, is that's where we are receiving some income in advance with existing programs that do cease on June 30, which is the MB program that was put in place. A lot of that was put in place to support regions when the government closed the borders. So they wanted a whole bunch of programs to be delivered. That program comes to the end on June 30. So there's some funds there. And the other one that makes things look a bit interesting where we have cash in advance is the Regional Events Fund. So that's where Tourism Bay of Plenty and Tauranga put up their hand on behalf of the other regions on the Pacific Coast Highway. We put up our hand to be the coordinating entity for that, so those funds sit with us. So events that are on in Hawke's Bay or whatever else that have received approval for the Regional Events Fund sit with us, and then we release that. It's just the way that we had to do that with MB so that we could get the funds out to the regions. So that's what that is there. But again, we expect the results to be on budget by June, end of June 2023. Next slide. Happy to take, kia ora, and happy to take any questions.
Ross, want to make any comments from a governance perspective?
Probably not too much. We have a couple of directors moving off term, and we've got to we will, under approval of the councils, have 2 new directors moving on term. The board's settled. We've got a good team in there. We had great candidates come through for our options for the new directors. The board as a whole is very comfortable with where we're sitting, with the direction we've taken, particularly over the last 2 years, and we'll enjoy having 2 fresh faces around the board and bringing new insight and challenging as directors do. So yeah.
Very much, Russ. 2 things, Oscar. First of all, a really good report, and good to see that visitor spend, and great to see the cruise ships back and everything that brings. Your army of imagery, I'm interested in. I think one of the things we've found is that there's not a great understanding that Tauranga is perhaps the 5th largest city in New Zealand. Very close to Hamilton. I'm aware that there's an ex-mayor of Hamilton sitting in the room, and they're only about 20,000 ahead of us, and I'm sure they count all the university students. But in that imagery, it's important that we are portraying ourselves all the time as a big city. And I notice on the One News weather, we're not portrayed as a city, and I think it's something we should be working on together to bring to their attention. They actually should be. They show us. They talk about our weather separately. They should be showing us as a city, and it's something I've been raising with the council too. Is that, and even in our annual report that's in our agenda today, we show Moau, which is important to the city, but we show a lot of sea and not a lot of people and not a lot of houses. And actually, there's 155,000 people in the city, and we should be portraying ourselves as a big city. So that was, I've picked that up in your army of imagery. Let's work together to get.
Absolutely. So really quickly on that, you're taking the words out of my. I can constantly sort of promote the fact that it will only a matter of time, with all due respect to Ms. Hardacre, that we will jump into that seat. The other thing is, by partnering with TCC, both TCC Concept with Kaylee and her team, and with Nalita and the events team, by partnering with BVL, by partnering with Priority One, we get that real, and then there's sub-tiers to that. So speaking with Joe at the university and others, and then Nigel obviously at Priority One across some of the others that they're up to as well with Zespri and others, the more diverse imagery we get, the better. I suppose we will, what success looks like is, we would do photo shoots quarterly. We'd invite TCC to say, right, what parks have we recently opened? What, how can we join up photo shoots and do things seasonally and so forth? And then ultimately, as buildings come on stream, we'll get more of our cityscape in there as well and work with that.
So really interested in the ferry, and I think I've already alerted Downtown Tauranga. We do want to have a talk about that when we're looking at, and we are looking at Coronation Park. Yes, there's potential for park and ride for buses, but there's also potential for developing park and ride for ferries, because we know that needs to go with that commuter traffic, not so much the cruise traffic, but the commuter traffic, which we do need to grow. So keep us in touch with that. Do we have any idea where the visitors who are coming, so you say the visitors spend, do we have any idea how that is spread? We had, when we had the main streets, and it was interesting to see the credit card spend in the Mount, which was huge, I have to say. 60,000 people on 2nd of January. But it'd be quite good to be able to see how that spread goes across the area, where the visitor spend is. And then my final question really is around flavours of plenty. And in your report, you talk in February, end of February, 24% of tickets were sold. What was that like, given that the festivals
I'll answer the second one now, and then I'll get Stacey, who's our insights person, to talk to you a little bit about the electronic data transaction spend. I did want that report because I knew you'd ask that question for the season. We do know that the majority of our major events sold out. We had probably a handful of smaller restaurant participations and others drop off, but I will get those stats to you. Whilst the show went on, our festival coordinator caught COVID 2 days before the festival started, and then the two team I have tagged inside my team caught COVID midstream through the festival. So there's a little bit of backlog, but definitely we'll get those figures to you. All I can say from the conversations I've had with them briefly from home is that they're really comfortable with the fact that we sold out quite a few of the events. And I know those that were on hand worked really hard with potential new sponsors and such. I was hosting people from Zespri and other places to really get them on board for next year as we push that notion of following Wellington on played into a trust with the event. Stacey, can you?
Just on that.
Yes, sorry.
The other thing I was going to say was, I mean, it's been really impressive, but it was also great to see that you reached right across. And I know that the Whakatane Wild Food Festival was hugely successful. It was, so it's not just Tauranga, it's not just here, it's right across the bay.
Yeah, and that is our intention, and that's what we missed last time because those bigger events weren't allowed to run.
Yeah.
So we can. Stace, you'll have to.
Thank you. Just in terms of visitor spend, we can see it into the city centre, so the CBD, Mount Maunganui and Papamoa. I have the stats with me now, but the Mount definitely gets most of the visitor spend, as you can expect. And I was also privy to some of that information that Mount Main Street shared with you about visitor numbers and numbers of people in the area and so forth as well. So I can get that and I am happy to share if that's interesting.
Thanks, team. Oscar, and you've touched on it because I had a question around your aspirations for the flavours of plenty. So you talked about the potential for a trust, but yeah, I was just interested in very successful to date, have been a participant in it and really acknowledge the work undertaken and a great initiative that actually seems to have got the interest of quite a broad cross-section of the community, but certainly really just looking at that broad aspiration for that festival.
Yes, and it's within our statement of intent as well. So we've made it very clear in there that when we first took a first step into this, the goal was to move it on to well-meaning people across the region because it is a pillar. And to remind everyone, that came out of our Te Hātāpoi strategy, which was a passion group. So it wasn't about T-Bop coming up with bright ideas. It was going to community and seeing what can come. So that's definitely the aspiration, is to move it in that way. And as Ian mentioned, with Whakatane showing a really strong interest and even Waihi and others, there are key people across there that will pick that up as we go forward.
Second question, just picking up in terms of the international visitor spend and just looking at the report where it's certainly shot up significantly in the last couple of months in terms of the 6-month reporting period, which is significantly higher than the pre-COVID level. So I'd just be interested in terms of your thinking or the reasons for that significant increase.
I think that you go first. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great question and something that we look into quite closely, but I would suggest it's a number of things. One is kind of pent-up demand for travel following COVID and people really wanting to engage with friends and family over here, and so making the most of getting out and being able to travel. And so we're seeing that in this period, and I would suggest, and as Oscar alluded to, the forecasts have been amended to say that might dip a bit from now, as you know, like macro factors come in. So that's probably a little bit of rising costs in there as well.
Yep.
Kia ora, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to echo everybody else's comments. I think just thinking about where we were 12 months ago to where we are today, it's, we've come a long way. And also, Bill and I attended the kitchen takeover on Friday. Amazing event, lots of people, everybody enjoying great food and hearing great stories. So just really want to commend you guys on that initiative. One of the things I did want to ask, in terms of when we went out to the community through all of our insights and everything, one of the key pillars or key values that our community came back to us on was about how we value the environment and really support the initiatives that you guys are seeking to lead. But I was interested in the green room in particular, and the way you're engaging with your providers, your operators, to embed some of that thinking in the way they undertake their business. And so just interested in feedback around how that's going and then what your aspirations are for that. And then just as a side question, so you indicated you had reported back to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council on how that program was going. Did they fund any of that work?
Yes, that program was predominantly funded by Bay of Plenty Regional Council under. Do you want to fill that one in, Stace? Yeah.
It's funded through their Community Initiatives Fund. So they basically give us the primary funding for that, and then MB is effectively funding the rest of it currently through the STAP fund. So do you want me to talk to? So our goal is to reach 100 businesses across the region by June next year. So we have another year of funding to go. We're currently sitting at around 60, or will be by the end of June. So that's the kind of goal, is to another 40 next financial year. So the feedback we've had from participants is that it's been amazing, and it's been an opportunity to collaborate with like-minded businesses on the same journey as them, and that's been one of the great learnings from it, is what are other people doing that we can do as well. It's having great success. Most people are measuring their carbon footprint. Most businesses are looking at how they reduce that being one of the key factors, but it also covers financial sustainability, looking at visitor satisfaction and how to provide a greater visitor experience, and looks across social wellbeing as well and how to get back to the community.
The other thing in there too, Chadwick, is the longevity of it. So we're aware around sort of funding streams at any time really, with notifications sort of being pulled. So we've been ensuring that where's the local connectivity with this program. So we've been working with EnviroHub. We regularly talk with Nigel and his team at Priority One in terms of crossovers there, and it'd be fair to say that the cohort of these 100 businesses spread across the coastal bay, and many of them from here in Tauranga, they're building up quite a dossier of sort of information, of learnings and such, which we can make sure that is shared as well. So it's really enabling us to sort of just start walking the talk, which I think was the challenge when I first came into this role. There was a lot of talk and not much walk.
I just give you an indication in the next item, which is the shareholders' response feedback to SOIs. I think we still have to have a conversation about the equity. Whatever it's called there, because you're quite unusual in that you have that. No other CCO has that. I'm aware that the CCO is really a joint with Western Bay, so we need to have a talk with Western Bay. But I am going to raise it with the staff as something that we're going to signal for further discussions around that. Just to understand, just to understand the need for it, and to have a good discussion about it. So I'm not saying we're going to get rid of it, but I think we need to be really understanding why that is. Does it need to be there? Does it need to be at the level that it's there, et cetera, et cetera? And the three of us have to have that conversation at your board, Western Bay, and ourselves. So it wouldn't be fair to me to raise that with the staff without giving you a heads up.
And we welcome it. That's fine.
Other than that, sorry, Stephen.
Just one question, really building from Shad's line of questioning. to the extent that you're able to get up to your 100 and whatever more businesses that are in the sustainability initiative, is there an opportunity for a subscription-based revenue stream to come off that? Some sort of branding related opportunity, because it creates the mechanism to then promote what is happening, but also might create a long-term revenue stream that will keep the ball rolling without constant dependence on either council support or MV support or regional council support. It would be great to get that on a self-sustainable footing.
I think you're completely right, Stephen. And other regions have developed sustainable charters where their members are sort of do a pay based, and they keep on an annual or a biannual audit process. So no, we can have a look at that. I think there's a commitment we've got to the funds, what we've got to do, what we need to do, but there's no reason that we can't be playing that same conversation with everybody now. So that, and I think without stepping too far ahead, I do think that the people that are going through it, that I get bailed up by, genuinely would embrace that, because what they like as much about the learnings is the camaraderie of being able to bounce things off each other, particularly with what they're dealing and what they're experiencing. So yeah, we'll give that a go. Noted.
All right, look, thank you very much. I appreciate having the opportunity to talk, and you're going to come back with us with a few stats, which will be helpful. But thank you, great job for the 6 months to date.
Thank you. Kia ora.
All right, so we need someone to move the recommendations, Bill and Stephen. So we're receiving the half-yearly report, so we're receiving the staff's report, then the reports from Bay Venues, Bay of Plenty, Shared Services, who haven't appeared in front of us, the Art Gallery, Tourism Bay of Plenty, and the Local Government Funding Agency's report. Were there any questions on the Shared Services or the Local Government Funding Agency? Bill.
Thanks, Chair. And this is on the BOPLAS one, and I'm on page 53 of our agenda, which is talking about current reviews of joint procurement and shared services. And just a couple I've highlighted. I just wanted to understand how that related to building consents and consents processing that are referenced there.
Who's going to answer that? Mr. Chief Executive, aren't you our representative on this?
I am. It's funny. I was just working with Steve Pearce on that very matter. So there's a collective of the regulatory teams across the Bay of Plenty that come together to try and align the consenting process. There's also another product that they're looking at the moment, and I think it's going to be presented at the next Chief Executives meeting about whether or not we buy into this, if you like, product that's supposed to align all of that processing.
Nothing else? Okay. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. So then that brings us to the shareholders' feedback, and I think the staff are making their way up, and Sanjana, to the SOIs, which takes us through to 2025, 26, is that right? Yeah.
So again, the draft statements of intent from our CCOs this year showed overall alignment with our letters of expectation. Our report highlights key areas where the CCOs, particularly Bay Venues, the Tauranga Art Gallery Trust and Tourism Bay of Plenty, intend to demonstrate our community outcomes in their mahi. We've also highlighted areas where feedback from internal departments see an opportunity for further clarification and direction in their final statements of intent. We're happy to take the reports as read and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Sanjana. So you heard what I've said to Tourism Bay of Plenty. I think that's an issue, not for this year, but I think we do need to have a roundtable discussion on that. Other than that, Bill.
I just wanted to be clear on the process because there are a number of suggested amendments across the statements of intent. The recommendation talks about receiving and noting. So I just wanted to know what the formal process in terms of these comments going back to the CCO. So really to make sure they're not lost in translation or transmission.
Thanks, Bill. Letters are actually sitting with Marie to be signed by Anne now with the once it's been approved by council with that formal shareholder feedback that will go back to each of the CCOs.
Okay, no, thank you. And I just make the comment because I think Shad and I had the opportunity to quickly review these before the agenda, and just noting, certainly from my point of view, support those suggested amendments across the CCOs. And if I could highlight one, because it's picked up in 1, 2, and 3 in terms of the 3 CCOs, and the commentary to them is around that accountability and transparency. So just wanted to put that on the table. That's something that we're interested in, and realising that some of the business, because of the nature of them, of the CCOs, does need to be in confidence, etc. But it's about how some of that information on board agendas, minutes, is actually put up there, so the broader community, and it's all very well for us because we understand it, but given the investment made, that there is some public ability to actually source information, etc., etc. So I just wanted to highlight that, Chair.
Phil. Thanks, Phil, because I was going to raise it. And I know that the boards are nervous about it because they are operating in a commercial world, and so but you can manage it in different ways. And I think we've been talking about it for a while. It's part of the social license, really, for CCOs. The public do get a bit nervous about council-controlled organisations because they feel that they are secret, that they don't know what's happening. So it's a happy medium, and I thank Bill for it, because we have been asking the boards to think about this and progress it for a couple of times now, and it is best practice, and it just shows that, you know, there's nothing really to hide. They're not doing things. They're doing great things, and always, as we've heard today, looking for ways to make Tauranga a great place to live, work, and play. So how do we share that in a way that they're comfortable with, that they can still do their commercial business, but show the public some of the workings? So I see they're sitting here, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Yeah, Shad.
Thank you. Yeah, just support the previous comments as well. And as Bill mentioned, we did have a bit of a preview and look through some of those comments. I think I was probably one that raised the comment about the stadium. And I suppose if the stadium, in the BVL statement of intent, if it wasn't there or remained, just to make it clear that we still had to go through a process. I suppose that was my concern. That there's still a long way to go before we get to potentially relocating various parties and those kinds of things. So that was my concern that I raised through that conversation. One thing that's kind of sitting in the back of my mind, I did raise it in the I think with the art gallery, was around the work we are doing, the corporate sustainability work we are doing. And I kind of wonder whether there's an opportunity for, once we get through that piece of work, is to actually start talking to our CCO partners about what we are doing as an organisation in that space. Thinking about we are all one whānau, in the way that we manage our resources, manage our facilities. You know, from a sustainability point of view, I think that would be a good thing for us to do once we've got to the end of that process.
Just in response to your question, Shad, we already work very closely with Bay Venues on the corporate sustainability. And to be honest, Tourism Bay of Plenty were leading the way before we jumped on the sustainability bus. So they've been doing some great work in that area, but there are certainly more opportunities to work together on that for sure.
Bill's happy to move. That would include just a note with Tourism Bay of Plenty. We might have to alter that letter in fairness to say we want to have a discussion. Yeah. So Bill's moved, Shad seconded. Any further discussion then? Right. All those in favour say aye. Against carried. Thank you very much. And thank you to the three teams sitting here. Great 6 months work, and really it's a pleasure to have you as part of the family. Okay, speaking of family, that brings us to the executive report. And Nick, you're first up.
Thanks, Anne. Kia ora. Yes, so I hope this reflects the breadth of the stuff that we do in infrastructure. Some of the initiatives that don't generally get the visibility that some of our major projects, for instance, do. So there are a couple of updates actually that I would like to highlight for you. We mentioned the Tōtara Street signalised crossing at Hull. That was done a couple of weeks ago. And the accessible streets model, that transportation model, is also ready now, so we can now make an assessment on the mode shift that can be expected. So the next step is then that we go into the economic evaluation, and that will be completed in June. So there is a delay to that, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that the model is now in use, basically. Other than that, are we okay to take it as read? And I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, sorry. Just a couple, Nick, on the sub-regional circular economy project. So working in partnership with Western Bay and the regional council, and then looking at, particularly from a waste sector perspective, are we focused on the whole chain from production through to disposal, or are we just focusing on at the end in terms of that? We're supposed to be thinking about it in a circle, not in a linear way. So are we engaging with producers, with manufacturers about the way they create products, and think about that at the beginning rather than everything goes to landfill?
Yeah, that's right. So the report will touch on that and show where there are opportunities at the front end. But currently, our influence or impact that we can have on it is more on the tail end. So we're sort of expecting this to be actions for investments are more focused on the tail end of it. I also wanted to highlight that one of the things, actually following on from a conversation here in Chambers from about a month ago or so, was that I wanted to add to that piece of work sort of a benefit type analysis, so that investments that we may make at Tauranga, for instance, are to the benefit of other councils. So I'm actually hoping to get a bit of data out of this piece of work so we can have an informed conversation with other beneficiaries. Is that the word? Yeah, beneficiaries on possibly a cost distribution. So that's included there as well.
Just one last one on the B card. I've got my B card, so great to be able to use the bus, and understand there's a 300 odd staff members across the organisation now have access to using that scheme within the organisation. I'd be interested to know, I assume we'll be collecting some information and data from patronage use, where they're coming from, how frequent, all of those kinds of things we'll be collecting for the organisation.
Yeah, that's right. So we will follow up on that, and as we get some data and share that, and obviously from a cost perspective as well, because we have some early indications and assessments of what the cost is going to be to the organisation. But there are people, for instance, who generally take their bike to work and they hop on a bus when it's raining. They're sort of part of those 300s, and then there are people that do take the bus every day. So we will have to look into the data of that to see how it plays out.
And then I suppose, how do we promote that? Like with the likes of the regional council, they may have similar schemes. Some of the other consultancy companies, the corporates, the Trustpowers, Manawa, across the city that we're investing in this way. So yeah, I'd be interested in terms of how we promote it across the city, maybe potentially through Priority One or whoever. I suppose it's our way of showing leadership from a sustainability perspective. So how can we promote that?
Should go further than that. I think we should be challenging them all, and just to if we're all serious about reducing carbon footprints, then all organisations. I mean, it's quite common through Europe. In big cities, it's quite common for businesses to do exactly this, and help their staff come to and from work, other than bringing cars in and finding places to park and etc.
There are organisations in New Zealand now also who are picking up on a trend from overseas that you get a sort of a cash contribution if you don't take a car to work. So not only do you save on parking and other savings, but actually there is an incentive to use or get into mode shift.
So maybe through Chamber of Commerce or something, we should be issuing the challenge.
I'll take that away as a challenge, and we can report back on a tactic on how we go about that. I'll work with Alistair's team on that with pleasure. Thank you.
Sorry, just one last one. The Future Fit launch at council. So the carbon assessment, I've done one of those things online, just as a matter of interest. And while I take the bus, actually, what it told me is I need to cut back on eating red meat. That's what it. Yeah, so that's. It was probably that one you did actually, because it's quite a well-known one. It has been rolled out in a few councils. I understand there's about 75,000 people across the country that have actually done that survey. It asks you a string of questions. I think it's 19. Is it 19 or 20 questions thereabouts about your lifestyle, what you eat, not how you eat, transport and power and those sorts of things. There's 4 categories, and we just want to make sure that it's available. We start with staff, but then also roll it out to or promote it in the city, basically, so that people can make informed decisions on those various aspects of life.
Would die if we had to cut out red meat every night. Thanks, Nick. I just wanted to ask how the Waiari Open Day went. You mentioned the official launch, but that was followed by an open day.
Yes, it was followed by an open day. We had about 300 people came to site and did the tours. Really, really great outcome. So the team was very, very, very pleased with how that day played out.
Fantastic. It was a fantastic. I mean, it's an amazing operation, and the time lapse picture of its construction is just as amazing to show how it was constructed. But yeah, well done to the staff.
Yes, I was kicking myself a little bit as I was kind of proofreading this, and this is our biggest project ever, and it gets 2 lines here. So it just goes to show that we aren't really necessarily the best at celebrating success, but it was a fantastic day. Well, but the open day, but also the community open day worked really well.
2,000 people involved in construction of it over I suppose if you take into account the various councils and engineers over the 20 years, it would be probably double that.
Yes, and just reflecting on the speeches on the day as well, on the opening ceremony, it was really good to have previous mayors and people from Western Bay talking that have been involved with the project from the very early days, and also the introduction of metered water consumption and what that meant for the development of that project. So there's been some very, very clever decisions made to this point in the water space. Ultimately, we do need it, but yeah, it was very informative, I think, and well worth celebrating. Thank you.
Got a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Just going back to Tauranga street safety improvements, Nick, I really just wanted to do a shout out for those. When we came in, there was a whole lot of negative commentary from all sorts around those works. And I have to say, being able to cycle up there, total length, separated from traffic, is a significant positive, because you did take your life into your hands to a degree when you were cycling along Tauranga Street. So I'd really like to acknowledge both the work. It's great to see it completed, and also being able, as a recreational cyclist, to go the total length from Hewlett's through to Rata and then connect in. So really just wanted to acknowledge that. And great to see all the signals, because I did use the whole road ones on Saturday morning. But also in terms of safety, the improvement of safety for pedestrians and for cyclists at the Hewlett's Road, Tauranga Street intersection. Significant improvement, and you don't feel as though you're taking your life in your hands as people race around off Hewlett's up into Tauranga. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work in that and the work of the team. My only little thing I'll note on passing, there's still some further planting required in some of the places that are set aside for parking, and a wee bit of maintenance. So, but otherwise, I think well done. It wasn't the cheapest project in the world, but I think in terms of that safety and families and that being able to bike along there, it has been a significant improvement.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to the team, and you're making the point really well that this is about choice, and for that section previously we did not give cyclists a safe choice, which they now have. So it's often the intention with these initiatives.
Also highlights the difference between the recreational cyclists and what do you call them? The lycra cyclists who can continue to cycle on the road. As dangerous as that is, they just want to go at 40 km per hour, and it's an image I'm trying not to dwell on, but really that's the difference. And we get, I continue to get comments, and we've had a comment, even a letter to the editor from a fellow council member of an adjoining council, saying they never see any cyclists on it. But if you drive there, if you go down there in the weekend, there are recreational cyclists who are now safe, because the port continues to work 7 days a week, and the traffic continues 7 days a week. So you're right, it is about choice, but it's also about recognising that there's a growing number of people who cycle for recreation as families or as individuals, and they do it out of working hours, and now they have that safe option, and they're starting to take advantage of it, and we just have to keep providing that.
Yeah, we have some work to do on that, on the lycra brigade, as you call it, because it does create frustration. Drivers now know that we've invested in this safe path, and it's also out of respect for truckies, for instance, who do make with truck and trailer units there, turns where they actually haven't got complete visibility of what goes on around them. So there's still educational work to go on to be done around that, for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick, and I really appreciated the report on the sustainability initiatives that are underway, but also the asset management and the sophistication of the measurement devices that are now being used to assess the quality or otherwise of our basic pavements, etc. I think is very valuable, and I think it underlines the criticality of getting a clear understanding of our asset base and therefore the level of investment we have to make going forward. I'm still looking in the management reports, and this is not really directed at you specifically, Nick, but we did talk some time ago about having sort of the top 5 KPIs by division. And in your case, it might be, is congestion getting better? Is it worse? Is road safety good or bad? And in the city centre, it might be, is turnover, FPOS takings going up or down by location? There's lots of fundamental measures that I think would be really, really helpful. We get these reports quarterly. And so every quarter, just to have a bit of a snapshot on what trends are by division, I think would be helpful. I always love the content of these reports because they're full of rich stories about what's going on, but it's just kind of stepping back and having a look at the governance at a high level of how we're going and how we're tracking, I think is the missing piece. But you don't need to comment on that specifically, Nick, but I just make the comment.
I think once we get through the housing dashboard stuff, I think we've got a bunch of smart people that Alistair could get involved in this. I mean, obviously we have our quarterly reporting, but that's tied back to the long-term plan and the KPIs, but it doesn't give the flavour that I think you're asking for.
Just one last one just kind of popped in my head thinking about Waiari. One of the things that kind of impressed me was hearing Peter Bars talk about, every time we're talking about water restrictions, essentially we're restricting people's access to water. But I think the way that he framed it is water conservation, and we do need to be thinking about water in a different way to be able to conserve water. So that everybody has access to it. One of the things that kind of occurred to me is with the open day, 300 odd people, I mean, kids love this kind of stuff, particularly school kids. And I think there's an opportunity from an education perspective if we're able to get some of the schools engaged through the plant, having a look, and then being able to promote the whole conservation story about valuing water and the way that we use water, to be able to get that message across that we do need to be thinking about water in a different way, I think would be a huge opportunity, given we've just opened the plant. Maybe issues around trying to manage 5 and 6 year olds in a industrial facility, but if we can get schools through, I think that would be a valuable educational experience, and then particularly from a community perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take that away, and it's interesting you made that comment, because that's what we found. That was one of the learnings that we took away from the day. We had limited. We had a lower age for the tour around the plant set at the age of 12, and I think that then meant that families with younger kids didn't take the opportunity to come. We had that category of families there as well, but we think it would have been a lot more numerous if we'd done something different around that. So that was one of the takeaways. We could possibly lower that, or have greater management around it. We had a lot of staff there on the day. Of course, that's they give their time to plan and make these things happen. And I would suggest that we would need quite a few more on site on a day like that to manage it if the age limit was different, but we can look into that for sure.
Best naggers of parents are kids about thinking about things. I just, remember smoking, seat belts, rubbish out the window. All of that is the kids in the back seat. So don't wash your car with water from the tap. Use water from the shower or something. I don't know. As long as we don't end up like the UK, where we have to put plastic bowls in our sinks. Drives me nuts. Okay, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break now. It's just on 11:30, so we have to stand up and turn around. Yep.
I had expected some questions on the robot that we're sending up the outfall pipe, but that's okay. I just wanted to make.
Did you have a little video?
Make sure we're pretty proud of it. Actually, we're pretty proud of it. So I just wanted to make sure that.
Well, you've just reminded us. So we will come back to you after the break, and you can talk about the robot. But unfortunately, the media have just left. Oh no, yeah, she has left. Yeah, she's packed up. Okay, so 5-minute break. Can we come back now, please?
Oh, Nick, you.
Nick, do you want to talk quickly about your robot? I'm sorry, I didn't pick it up because, again, it's just 3 lines and a couple of photos that don't really show what the robot looks like.
Yeah, it's sort of between. It's above those 2 white blocks there on the right-hand photo. Yeah, so it's quite a big machine, and it's got rollers and then claws that we can pick stuff out of the pipeline. We've been 300 meters up into the line at the moment, and they're in sections where it's been broken in the past, and we've grouted to fix it. There's been excess grout that has gone into the pipe, so this machine has been able to pick all of that out and increase the flow. But also we get footage from the complete inner to see the status or state of it, and then whether we can line it. So that's the ultimate goal here, is to reline the pipe that's already there rather than replace it. So if effectively, you know, in round numbers, we'd probably turn a $50 million job into a $10 million job, or, you know, something along those lines. So it's well worth the investment, and the innovation that's gone into this is pretty neat. So I just wanted to highlight that fact. Thank you.
And has that been developed in-house? Yeah.
Developed and built, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
that's an amazing feat from the staff, and I mean, if that's the reality, then it's well worthwhile.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. It comes with a price tag of about just over $100,000, all up.
That's return on investment.
But the return on the investment is phenomenal.
And perhaps the option to copyright it and sell it to some other councils around the country. Shared.
Sorry, just on that point, or we provide that service to other councils, you know, to clear those pipes. So whether it's in Whakatane or in Awera, where there are outfalls, to be able to check and be able to maintain some of those pipes would be healthy.
I think what we're signalling is great congratulations to the staff. Okay, community services.
Morning. Just a couple of things I'd like to comment on, please. Reading the report is always really pleasing. It's really exciting to see lots of really cool things being achieved. 2 things. One thing that's not in the report is that I have 2 new senior managers starting in the group. Greg McManus starts today as our director of museums, and Alison Law started as our permanent manager for spaces and places. So both of those recruitments will take some pressure off the team, and they will be positive additions to the group. I've got an apology to make. When I read the report the first time, I missed the fact that Yetton Park didn't have the dual naming, and I only picked it up over the weekend when I reread it, so my apologies. A couple other things. Paragraph 46 is exciting. I think the inclusive and accessibility team that we have that works internally with other groups within the organisation, while they have worked historically with people in Nick's team, it's pretty cool that they are now talking to people in customer service, looking at things like our kiosks to make sure that everybody in the community can use those kiosks. So for us, it's probably not a huge thing, but for an awful lot of people in our community, it's a pretty significant aspect for us to get right. The other comment I'd make is we've really only just given you a very high level of the emergency management over the last couple of months. The 2 events, what we're proposing to do is have a more fulsome report come to SF&A committee, just talking about our capacity and capability of managing and recovering from a larger event. So that'll come through next time. So happy to answer any questions.
Barbara, when you do that, it would be great for my colleagues to see that video that Clinton showed at the regional meeting of Cyclone Gabriel. It was really interesting to see that one of the reasons that we missed most of the worst of it was the fact that we were in the eye of it, which is always the calmest part. And as it moved across, so it showed it very clearly. The other thing I would say from that meeting was that it's really important that we understand what the staff are actually doing. So that report would be very helpful. So my question on a lot of work happening in this area, I just want to be sure that the work that's happening at the Historic Village, which is just fantastic because these are quite a collection of old buildings that have huge import to the history of the city, that we are including as part of the upgrade the history. So that the details of what they are, where they've been, what their significance is, etc., etc. So the stories around them as well as the upgrade.
Definitely. We talked to Anita a few months ago, acknowledging the fact that we are spending a lot of money to upgrade these buildings, and some of them are in pretty bad condition. And two of the ones we're working on at the moment, there's some structural issues. You know, the Nissan, is it Nissan? Those round buildings, certainly not. When you take the sleeves off, they're not quite what you expected underneath. But we're certainly going to look at a resource that can help sit down and work with Blair and the wider team to establish those stories and put some boards up. Yeah.
Immediately you think, where did they come from? Were they used by the Americans when they were here? Where were they used, etc., etc.? So the stories behind them are really critical to the stories about the city.
And I think that when you actually hear some of the stories, you actually realise why it is a historic village. I would think when you just go and look around, it looks like an older village. But I think when you actually understand some of the stories, you understand it is actually a historic village.
Oh.
Really just a couple of comments, Barbara, in terms of that, and Anne's touched on it, but that investment into the village compared to previous and where it's come from, and because of that investment, the use that is occurring and those who actually want to locate in the village. So really just acknowledging, I think, the value of actually valuing an asset like that, but making sure it's up to speed and there's an appropriate standard for those who then lease space or use space in it. So really just wanted to acknowledge that. And the other, at the beginning of the report, the snapshot of the 4 projects that in terms of that momentum building up, and it's the 4 projects under the space and places. Long may it continue in terms of actually work happening on the ground, and really delighted in terms of the Marine Parade Coastal Path and to see that work underway, and I think completed by Christmas.
Yes.
Thanks, Barbara. Just a couple of comments as well. Because a couple of things I attended. So the opening of Isla Park, Tonga Parawa. So there was probably a couple of hundred people there for that opening. It was a great event. Still a couple of things yet to be completed. I think the basketball half court, but the kids were all over the playground, which is what we want to see. So, and I think talking to some of those locals, particularly ones that live on Harrisfield Drive, we're appreciative of having that park upgraded, having toilets there because there weren't toilets there previously, and then seeing that catchment, because I did ask the question when I gave a little bit of a speech, who came from where? Majority of people came from Welcome Bay and Mangatapu, so it was great to see this because of the size of the park and the types of things that are there, people kind of felt like, drawn there and connected. And the other one I just want to make comment on was the Multicultural Festival. I've been for the last couple of years and they're great events. Great to see ethnic communities gather, connect, the smells, the colour, the taste, all of those things that you get from engaging with ethnic communities. And then probably just from my observations from this year, it just seems to get bigger and bigger. I don't know, probably in a couple of years' time, it might actually outgrow there. So, yeah, just wanted to highlight that. But a question, in terms of the customer service, so out of Papamoa, great to see, with customer service facilities out in Papamoa. And I suppose my question was for Greaton. We are? Enable services to expand. Okay, we are.
We definitely are, and it's later this year, but I hope it's not too much later this year. We've had a little bit of a hold up with staff leaving and having to retrain, but we'll get people out full time in both those places as soon as we can.
Okay, and then we do have a library in the Mount. Sometimes we forget about the library in the Mount because it is kind of tucked away, but we do have the service centre that we're opening in the middle of town. I suppose that's an opportunity for community to come in, engage with whatever we're doing. Yep.
I did have a question, Barbara, and that your paragraph 67 on page 224, where the comments made about the facilitated event numbers across the council, parks, etc. It's the highest on record with 306 events over that period of Q1 to Q3. Do we have any understanding in terms of the numbers of people?
I'm sure we do.
Just
but
that
I can't
I
answer.
think that would be helpful because we have numbers, how many cars are travelling down X section of road and all of that, but it's just getting an understanding of what the use of some of our facilities involves.
I'm sure we will have. I'll see if I can get those.
For me, I mean, that's just another example of, a key indicator of that trend. If that trend of events is going up, that's exactly what we want to see. And when it's reported, it's always valuable, but you just don't get the wider picture. So I use that as an example.
Okay, so it's a very busy part of the council's activities, but it's actually a really critical part of living in a big city or living in a city. And unlike some of our other cities around the country, we are investing in this because this is actually about people. And that's what is it? He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. That's actually what cities are about. So the team have done a great job, and this area is certainly building as we're looking to backfill on a bit of neglect over the last few years, but also some exciting stuff that is being led by the community, and the team is working to support the community with much of what's going on. So congratulations to the team. And I think particularly to our events team, who had a really tough time through COVID and even post-COVID when things were on and then off and then through the summer, it was like deja vu. I noticed Oscar had talked about the false start to summer. I didn't actually think it ever arrived, but
we're still waiting.
We're still waiting, and we've now lost daylight saving. But the events team, we're very lucky to have people who are really passionate about it, and all the reports that we get from people who are holding events is that the staff work overtime to make sure those events are successful. So please pass on our congratulations.
Oh, well, thank you very much. They'll appreciate that.
And just perhaps to add to that, Chair, in terms of and that's often giving up those, precious Saturdays and Sundays as part of it, because I know in terms of when I've been to particular events, in terms of the support that they've provided during those periods too.
Okay, money, Chief Financial Officer. Paul.
Thank you. So just a couple of things from the group this month. Firstly, just the airport. Overall, an okay month despite the weather, but as you can see in the report, we've had a number of missed landings. So as part of some work that's been ongoing for some time, I've had to redo the navigation lights. So that will be an upgrade to the system, fully funded through the airport. It'll significantly, I should have put a visual in because it actually looks quite good. You can actually see the runway landing, which is always reassuring. So yes, that's a good thing. So, but it's very good visibility. So it's a huge step up. So that'll be great. From the finance perspective, it is relatively early in the rates collection, but we'll just flag there that there has been an increase in the number of penalties issued. So we're just working, or the team are just working through that at present in terms of follow up. That number will come down significantly. So we'll continue to report where that goes. Some has been, because it's the first year of regional council rates, there's been just some cross payments going on that need to get sorted through there as well. So that number should come down. But we're just conscious to keep an eye on just that any increase that arises there.
Yep, I just was trying to understand what a missed approach might look like. Does that mean they overfly and have to come back again?
Yeah, so that they'll go close to landing, but abort the landing towards the end of it. They may at that point reattempt a landing or divert to another airport if the conditions are warrant that. So, yep.
Yeah, I did have a flight cancelled because a small plane had gone over the edge. But yeah, okay. And the other question I was going to ask was about the hangars. So there's obviously is there an increase in the number of small planes that people private planes?
To get rated, just to get some more detail on what numbers look like. It's a very busy airport for small plane. So yeah.
But we're now at capacity.
Yeah, I think it's been like that for some time. I think it is one of the busier airports for non-commercial planes flying there. So the flying school and the parachute school and so forth is huge.
Stephen.
Really pleased to see those navigation lights being upgraded. I've been the victim, I think, of missed flights about 3 times. Fortunately, not landing. It's been on takeoff and the plane hasn't grounded, so I haven't been able to get on the plane. But you can see the response in the airport when a plane does have to carry on and not land, and there's probably, I don't know, 50, 60 people just sigh a great sigh of despair that they're not going to be able to make their trip. So I think that's a really positive and good to see it already done.
Sorry, and I did have. Sorry, Paul, just in terms of the additional hangars, so I assume more hangars means more income?
Yeah. Certainly does. Yep.
Anything else? I think we do need to just keep a close eye on those penalties, because your rates payments in the past are normally pretty good, a good percentage. We're in for a tough year. Well, everyone's in for a tough year, so just do need to keep an eye on that. But there is a lot of confusion, I know, with the regional council, so hopefully that's the reason for it. Strategy, growth and governance, Christine?
Short and sweet, so only 2 sort of topic areas. I'll take it as read and happy to take any questions.
Very good meeting actually at the Waimapu Marae. It's really worthwhile us getting out and about and just building those relationships. Okay, corporate services. Alistair.
I think I'll try CJ's approach, short and sweet, or 50% of that anyway, and take it as read if there's any questions.
You are lucky. Okay, we're saving it all up for regulatory and compliance. Sarah.
Not quite so short. I did just want to highlight a couple of points that are outlined here. The first is the shift that we've got to objective build from Alpha 1 that's rolling out shortly. That's Alpha 1 is our end-to-end building consent system where all the processes managed in the one system. We are working on having the customer portal go live in late April, and that's where agents and applicants will be able to go and apply for their consents, see where they're up to, and have that conversation with the consents team on all issues that pop up. It's a really important new rollout, and Western Bay Plenty District Council have just, you may have seen in the press, they went live a couple of weeks ago and it's working really well. We've been having our stakeholder meetings together with Western Bay because often the agents are the same agents here in that area. And just another note, you'll see in there that we've been sending quite a lot of our alcohol licensing applications through to our DLC, and we've got a number of hearings coming up. Just noting that that's our new DLC that you established recently, that we've got training underway, and a really important part of that is that the list members are working alongside the commissioners so that they get that experience that we wanted them to have. So next time they might apply local commissioners, we might get some local commissioners applying through that process. And finally, just a really good bit of news is we've got our urban planner started a couple of weeks ago. That's been a long time coming, as you know, since you approved that new process and our panel in place. The urban designers already started processing consents and feeding into those urban design reviews. And the urban panel is scheduled to have its first meeting in a few weeks too, which is great progress. Really excited about that.
Thank you. Bill.
I have a wee bit of pink on my pages, Sarah. Really interested in terms of some commentary around both in the building and resource consents, because in both parts of the report, it's noted that volumes have gone down, and certainly in terms of the that part of the building services, residential 3, which I presume is the more complicated consenting, and commercial consents is relatively strong. One of the concerns I have is that reduction in volume, timeframes are still a bit of a struggle to meet, and given what's proposed in terms of just not in the CBD, but in particular in terms of commercial development going forward, we need to be in a position to be quite responsive, just dealing with building consents to begin with in terms of the services we provide. So interested in your comments on that, but also and then in terms of the resource consenting process and where that may or may not be heading from, in particular resourcing point of view and that ability to meet timeframes. I've got a question about liquor licensing, but I'll save that once you've completed this.
In terms of the building consents, I think there are two issues there. The first is our timeframes, and as we report, it's plateaued at around 73%. Steve's been doing some inquiry into why, with the building consent numbers dropping, we're still struggling with those numbers. And you'll see in there we talk about those new consents that we've issued in the past 3 months. Our statutory timeframes are up at 90%, which is excellent. So we've got two issues in some of those older consents and our more complex consents. So Steve is looking at some consultant support to come in and deal with the backlog of those, particularly those older consents that are keeping those numbers down. But it's great that we can see that for all of those new applications coming through, we're getting to them in a really timely manner. The inspection time you talk about, so we've got our simple residential inspections might only take 45 minutes, so an inspector can do 8 or 9 a day. When it comes to the more complex building inspections, the complex residential and commercial, that can take half a day or longer. So the 10 days is just a reflection of that these can sometimes take a whole day to go in, be on site, do all of the inspection paperwork and make sure that the agent's got that information. So it just takes longer. Resource consents, the timeframes are still down at about 60%. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, we are wrapping a lot of support around bringing those numbers higher. We've introduced a graduate program because we are seeing a lot of turnover throughout the country with our planners. How do we keep them here and engaged and wanting to be a part of the city? So we're bringing in graduates, training them up, but that still takes some time. So we're hoping that does improve in the short term.
A supplementary around the graduates, in terms of bringing those on, is there a period of time then where they need to commit to stay with the organisation?
We're not bonding graduates. We are bringing graduates on board for 12 to 18 months to see whether they like the planning role. If it's something that is successful, then they'll move into the full planning roles, but we're not bonding people at this stage.
Yeah, and I think this is a report for me that is right on the money in terms of understanding from a performance point of view of, you know, what's happening and in this case, what's not happening and what we need to be doing about it. But it's great to see the trend information. You can see whether or not you're on track or off track. That's exactly, I think, the sort of management reporting information that I'm looking for. The one that's still missing for me, though, is how we're going on those code of compliance. I mean, I would have thought we have that information. It would be really good to be showing it. I know it's part of our housing dashboard initiative, and that may well be the alternative approach to getting it online, but it'd be good to see. I mean, what I'm really looking forward to there is we know that we should be delivering, 1,200-1,500 new homes a year, and that's 100 a month. How are we going? It's the critical piece of information.
And that is certainly something that once the housing dashboard is done, we were intending on bringing that information and reporting it here so it's in the public forum and everybody can see. Yeah.
I'm just looking for my. So, in terms of the alcohol licensing, with the manager certification, does all that occur on a DLC by DLC basis, or is there a national arrangement for certifying managers?
That occurs at a DLC by DLC basis.
Thank you for that. I just find that somewhat bizarre, given there's some national legislation, and in each DLC they go to, they have to go through that particular process. So I just wanted to note that, Chair.
Now, decision making, or we share information, but they have their own licensing committee. Yeah.
So are the processes the same? If you just look at the Western Bay and you're an operator and you want to get your staff and you've got them in, are the processes the same?
Yes, they're the same across. Right. Yes.
You.
I just wanted to acknowledge the work of the animal services team post the cyclone and what they did in that space in terms of arranging pet food and all that type of thing too. Thanks, Chair.
And great to see the bus gone.
Oh, well, that was my question. So I fielded a lot of these complaints from people, but they were really fed up, I think. But the nub of it was they were really fed up that it had lasted so long. So how do we end up with someone occupying what is a public park space for 12 months? And why does it take? Because what happened was it then attracted others, and so we had a little campsite end up. But why aren't we removing these people early on?
So I'm the parks person, and I issued the trespass notice, and obviously Sarah's got the compliance team. Yeah, it's too long. It's way too long, and I guess it just becomes very emotional and very emotive, and it becomes very hard to do. But I think between us, we'll work on some process to ensure that that doesn't take as long as it did. I think the one you're referring to also got caught up in the end of the COVID situation, and so self-isolating. We let the toilet be locked down so the person could have a facility. So it just got a little bit out of control, and we need to get better at doing that a little and sorting it out a little bit quicker.
So I mean, it's sad when you've got to get to a trespass notice, but yeah.
If I could just add, through that period of time, everything else was tried. The person had offered houses.
Absolutely.
Just everything was tried. It's an absolute last resort.
Our social service, our team do a great job, but when people aren't cooperating, we cannot just allow them, because all that's doing is reinforcing that bad behaviour. So eventually someone has to say no, and it is emotive and there are distressing circumstances, but you know, we know that the team have done everything they possibly can, and they just have, we just have to be a bit tougher. Anything else on what are we on? Compliance, regulatory and compliance? No. City development and partnerships?
Kia ora anō. The report has read a couple of quick highlights. After having spent a little bit of time with the two new directors of the Te Manawa o Te Papa Limited Board, pleased
keep you on your toes.
Absolutely. Pleased to report that they will absolutely keep us on our toes, and just wanted to extend our thanks to the Commission for the quality of applicants that you've delivered us. They are exceptional. Railway underpass work to finish this weekend. We managed to amend our program so that we could sheet pile prior to the need to close the railway line. So sheet piling's completed and we'll be in there this weekend over Easter finishing that piece of work. It's a while ago now, but we turned the sod on 90 Devonport Road, which is an exciting milestone for
nice picture.
Yep, TCC and our partners in that project, Willis Bond and LT McGuinness. And he's not up yet, but just again wanted to welcome Calvin Eden to the team, who has started as our capital program manager, major community amenity. So he'll be presenting an update on the Memorial Park project a bit later. Happy to take any questions.
Gareth, I'm probably looking for reassurance in terms of Power 140, in terms of the relocation of the line and transformer, that all that will meet the relevant timeframes, as opposed to any potential delays that could then impact on our construction program.
I haven't heard anything that suggests there's a problem, but I will follow up just in case.
My other question related to the master planning of Memorial Park and the time frame, not for the actual works, but for the master planning to be completed and coming to the Commission.
Maybe I'll get Kelvin to answer that one when we do the Memorial Park update.
That's fine.
He's probably got more accurate information than me.
Thanks, Chair.
Should have done it when our CCOs were here, but I did want to acknowledge those 3 CCOs for supporting the Aspiring Directors program. So if that could be passed on to them, I'm sorry, I forgot all about it. But you know, it's no mean feat to take on those intern learning directors. And I have had a conversation with Anne and it's just gone. Oh dear, Sanjana, thank you, about how we could improve that program to help those young aspiring directors. The other thing I was going to raise was, so just from the perspective of the public realm and waterfront work, and there's a lot happening, but I think the suggestion is that we've got these new board members, CCO board members in place who are hopefully going to be quite demanding of us. And I think there is now an opportunity for us as an organisation to come together more regularly as a whole to discuss the CBD as a whole, based on the action and investment plan. And we've got a meeting to do that, because that pulls everything in, and will enable us as an organisation, I think, to be better able to answer the demands of our new CCO people who have worked at national level rather than just TCC.
Yeah, the briefing 20th of April, and Nick and I are preparing, and Sarah are preparing some thinking on what a city centre, let's call it a task force, if you like, for now could look like, to kind of galvanise all the different parts of council that have got an interest in that space, and just get everyone talking on the same page and making sure the left hand knows what the right hand's doing. So yeah, 20th of April, we'll present something.
As we get closer to that, press the button, go. I'm just aware there's a whole lot of different pieces that I'm aware of, just particularly from the touching that we have on that public realm steering committee, that perhaps the rest of the team aren't aware of.
Yeah, yes, and it's the private sector as well, and the things that we don't know about yet, and the things that are a twinkle in the eye of developers that there's some chance might materialise, and how do we factor that into our planning for, you know, the sustainability of the city centre over the short, medium and long term. So yep.
Chad.
Sorry, just on that point too, Gareth, I think, I can't remember which meeting it was, but kind of talked about another one-page Gantt chart looking at all the various elements. So the Tunks Reserve to the walkway to the waterfront to Masonic to, when we're starting on the various elements, to be able to see the timing of all of this and how it all kind of dovetails in, from planning or detailed design through to development design, and then construction starting indicatively. One page would be really helpful.
Yep, my apologies. We did find one of those, but I think it was a bit too complex and had way too many layers of information in it. So I hadn't quite yet gone back to the team and said, please simplify, so leave that one with me.
Some of the public realm stuff, the waterfront stuff, is already starting. It's already budgeted for, and it's under construction. Yeah. All right, nothing else? Okay, so I need a recommendation that we receive the executive report, moved by Stephen, seconded by Bill. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. That brings us to the adoption of the annual plan.
I'm going to hand over to Catherine and Tracy on this, because I don't think my voice will last.
Bring the team up. Can I just start by saying that I think this is an excellent document that's been really well put together. For all the fact that it is full of facts and figures, and it is a very readable document that if you don't know anything about what an annual plan is and how it fits into it, it was so easy to follow through. So congratulations. I know there's a lot of people that work on this, and I think you've done a terrific job of putting it together.
Great, thanks. We'll take that back to the team. So I'll just kick off. So the annual plan's here ready for adoption. It follows on from the draft that was presented in December, 12th of December, and council made a number of decisions. One was to confirm proceeding towards the differentials, the commercial rate and the transportation targeted rate. So commercial differential, second phase of that to take us through to 2.1 times, and the targeted rate to take us through to the 5 times decision, though it was consulted on the previous annual plan. And there was a decision not to undergo specific consultation because it was really not significant material difference from the long-term plan. In December, the overall rates increase was 7.1%, closing net debt figure about 1.1 billion and about 350 million of capital program. Since then, we've undertaken further review and refinement. So there have been various minor changes. The most significant change, though, was the changes in the water activity to bring the charges down in that space, primarily driven by there had remained in there some debt retirement, rates funded debt retirement. The water activity was not in so much need of balance sheet management, and it's a ring-fenced activity. So it's not like you could sort of debt retire and benefit the wider activities of council. So as a result, the final budgets have the fixed water charge reduced to 0, and the volumetric charge has gone up 2.1%. Overall, this still is enough to cover the annual costs. So that has brought the overall rates increase down to 6.2%. So I was just going to get across to Tracy to give you a bit more outline on where we've landed.
So just draw your attention to the table at paragraph 7, which itemises differences to the draft annual plan from December and also against year 3 of the long-term plan. The key metrics of capital expenditure, net debt, the debt to revenue ratio and the total rates increase are actually quite comparable across the 3 versions. There's not a vast range of difference. The final annual plan has $355 million of council delivered capital expenditure, 1.05 billion of net debt, and a debt to revenue ratio of 223%. And as Catherine mentioned, an average total rates increase, including water by metre, after growth of 6.2%, which was very close to the LTP, which was 6%, and less than recent rates of inflation. I'd just like to take you through the recommendations to this report. There's the usual recommendations to receive the report and adopt the annual plan and authorise the CE to make any minor amendments. There's a couple of, I guess you'd call non-usual recommendations. One recommendation results from a timing issue between adopting the user fees and charges report and the finalisation of the annual plan numbers. This is in relation to an increase in BBL funding, which we have included in the annual plan, but may now not be required. So the resolution is to transfer any not required into the risk reserve. In respect of Tauranga West, there is a resolution which results from changes to funding arrangements, which are different to initially anticipated. You'll have heard this story before, I think. So the program was approved through the 2031 LTP and subsequent annual plans as capital expenditure. However, the final arrangement of Waka Kotahi delivering and owning the assets means that the temporary funding deficits generated by the timing of the funding flows will now need to be treated as operating deficits. So the recommendation is that these temporary deficits are loan funded due to the capital nature of that expenditure.
Clear as mud.
Happy to take questions. The final resolution acknowledges that the rating resolution is not being put forward for adoption today, as would
we would usually do with an annual plan. That's so that we have the most up-to-date capital values used in the calculations, and you can look forward to receiving that in June.
So I think the hardest bit to understand is the Tauranga West, which was capital expenditure, which is now being treated as operating expenditure, even though it hasn't come to fruition yet because of timing difficulties, and we're going to, whatever it is, we're going to debt fund it. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. They are temporary funding flow issues. We're required to treat them as operating deficits. And because they are operating deficits and we want to loan fund them, we do need a resolution of council to do so.
Is it the difference between capital and operating, is that because they are yet to come to?
No, it's because we won't own the assets.
Okay.
If I could just add one thing as well, just to note, because we're adopting this a lot earlier than normal, normally we include all our carry forwards, we rebudget for the year, so we may have more carry forwards when we come to you in July, just because we're estimating what that looks like for a longer period. Just to note.
Stephen.
Thank you. I did have a question around the percentage rates increase at 6.2 overall. But when I look at the chart that's included in the annual plan, it's on page 39 of the attachments in our agenda. It shows what this means for rates table, and it shows the percentage increases for housing, for residential, ranging from 7.9 to 9.6, and then for commercial 19 to 7. And people will be confused, I think, if overall rates are going up by 6.2, how come mine is going up by 9 point whatever? So I just wonder if we could clarify that in the annual report, because I understand the difference is the water credit, but the water credit's not shown here. And so people are we risk confusing people, and in particular the media. And I'd be concerned if people would, some people might represent that as a misrepresentation, and I would hate that to be the case.
So we certainly can. That table was relating just to the property rates, which is why that's happened. But we can put some extra columns on that talk about the connection charge. So basically that's going down $37 for a residential, quite a lot more for some of the, depends on the size of the millimetres of the connection pipe. And it's a little bit harder in terms of individual households or businesses in terms of volumetric charge, but we could do an estimate based on, say, 140 cubic metres of consumption, what it would look like, and that would bring us closer. So the indicative number is about 6.8 for a median property, 6.8%, which is a bit more sensible. Just the $37 connection fee in there would bring it down to about 7.6% increase. So you can see where that difference is lying.
Well, I think it'd be useful because people want to know how much their rates are going up. Bottom line, how much more is it going to cost me a week, or what percentage is my rates increase? And then in comparing with other districts and councils, which people are apt to do, we will look comparable, I think, with many and better than many. So I think that's worth doing.
Also to note, and Catherine will correct me if I'm wrong, but we put the rates calculator up as well. So individuals will be able to go in and put their property details in, and it will give them the estimated rate number as well.
Challenge is that will give them the property. I don't think that takes account of the water. And so what we'll have to do in the amendment is have some conversation, because they will get a rates bill for their property that's along these lines, and we'll just have to say, but overall, because your water bill will be lower, this is where you're going to. Yeah.
In your plain language explanations through the report, if you've got something that tells them that, because they are two different bills, are they? Yeah. So that will help. Does that explain? It's, yeah, okay. Bill.
Thanks, Chair, and certainly I support telling that story as Stephen has requested. I'd just like to, I have got a question, but just acknowledging in terms of this annual plan, carrying on the direction that was previously set in both the LTP and the LTPA. I think it's important just to note that again, and it was discussed when we were considering the draft December of last year. And it was, I think it was one of the comments I also made in terms of not going out for consultation because we're carrying on the direction that had already been established. So just, I think, an important point to make, Chair. In terms of the question, and you may not be able to answer that, and it's probably related to the funding impact statement for rating, which is on page 34 and 35. Because we have the targeted rates. I'm just interested, and perhaps at staff coming back, in terms of what the nature of that additional level of service is vis-a-vis our normal level of service, and whether we have actually delivered on that or whether there are some gaps. Just that I recall seeing some emails from some of the residents asking that very question, and that perhaps the level of service wasn't reflective of what they were paying for through the targeted rate. So it's probably for another meeting or through another process in terms of that information coming back to you.
I think just as we sort of focused in on the main streets, because that was a targeted rate that we had a liability for. I think with the work that's happening in the spaces and places with some of those services, I think it would be helpful if we had a bit of a look at, because some of it is, I see it as relation to maintenance and renewal of street gardens, lakes and Excelsior, paths in the lakes and coast, trees, lakes, coast and Excelsior, lighting and pond maintenance. So as we develop some of those services, just to make sure that we're taking account of the fact, I mean, people in the lakes are paying an extra $100, which is not inconsiderable. We'll never meet expectations, but I think we have to be able to show how we're spending that extra money.
So just to give some background, when it was originally established, the quantity of trees in that location is significantly different from what is around the other parts of the city. So it's both a quantity and a quality aspect that was built in, so that may help. And similarly, Excelsior Village was the same element. Yeah.
It's just a check on us and also a bit of transparency around it. That's right. Anything else?
I'm happy to.
You're moving the recommendations, which is, as was outlined, we're receiving it and adopting the annual plan, agreeing to the Bay Venues Limited 600,000, which has partially been replaced. So we're probably not going to need all of that, but whatever we don't use will go into risk reserve. All of that around Tauranga West, making it into a operating from a capital and loan funding it until everyone else has paid their dues, and authorising Chief Executive to make any necessary minor drafting or presentation amendments, and the rating resolution will come to us in June. So Bill's moving that. Stephen seconding that. Any
second that, and the changes that I'd suggested could be considered under E, which
under
is
E. Yep. Anything else? No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. And just as we go to lunch, do you want to talk to the borrowing program while you're there?
So this is just a standard borrowing resolution to support the budget, but we thought we'd put that through at the same time.
Not much use approving the budget if we haven't got the money to carry it out.
And it means we can feel confident going into June that if we're starting things early, that we have the resolution to support it.
I'm happy to move that. Second it, Bill. Any questions, discussion? No. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. We've got a couple of parking ones. I think we should, it's 12:33. Is lunch at 12:30?
Yes, it's downstairs.
It's downstairs. I think we should break for lunch and let's come back at 1:15. So adjourn the meeting until 1:15. Okay, the meeting is resumed. We're on item 11.6, temporary road closure report, Jazz Festival 2023. Moved and seconded. Want to say anything? Pretty self-explanatory. I understand that the underpass will be completed at 4 a.m. Good Friday morning. Will be undertaken at 4 a.m. Good Friday morning. So by the time there is any events later in the day, that will all be clear. Right.
That's not quite. No, we're bringing the culvert in very early on that morning, but work will be ongoing while
yeah.
the Jazz Festival is going on.
But
So
getting it through.
That's exactly right. Yep.
The Strand area.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't explain it properly. Yep. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against carried. Thank you. Bylaws, traffic and parking bylaws.
So this is relatively straightforward. Some tidy ups on Te Okaroa Drive. We've had feedback on blocked sight lines at intersections, predominantly, well, in this instance, because of parking behind curb. So this will prevent that. There are a few safety issues like that, a couple of parking ones where we're needing to add time restrictions and clearer signage around EV charging stations that people have been using as car parks. It should not be anything contentious in there, so let me take questions.
Moved Bill, seconded Shad. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. And then that brings us to Memorial Park. And Kelvin's here. Come and talk about this. I didn't realise that was your new title. It's pretty exciting, isn't it? Capital Program Manager, Major Community Amenity. Welcome.
Afternoon, everyone. Replacement of a couple of aging assets down at Memorial Park, which is very exciting for the community. We have done a lot of work in the last few months just setting up the governance of the project and preparing for getting the consultant and project team on board. So it's gone out for a lead consultant in the last period, and we hope to have those responses back at the end of this month. We've also gone out for an ECI contractor for them to come on board and go on the design journey. It's an early contractor involvement. So that that contractor will be part of the project design team and help us out with decisions around phasing and staging and the buildability of it as we go through. But there's no commitment for them to build anything. They're just as part of the team. It also helps them plan out their future workload and hopefully put things in place so that when we are ready to get onto site, they are as well.
Also speeds things up.
So through that process, we'll look at doing some early works with them, possibly some demolition and ground improvement works will be the first task. So then, Bill, the next RFP to go out is the master planning one. So that is drafted and should go out in the next couple of weeks. We also will get an independent QS and project manager on board. So those will go out over the next period. And by June, we hope to have the full team on board and underway and rolling with design, both for the courts and aquatic facility and looking at the master plan for the whole Memorial Park. And then you'll see in the report we have a request for some of the capital works to be moved over to OPEX expenditure to get us through that initial concept design phase. As soon as we move to preliminary design, we'll pick up on the CapEx costs. It's not increasing costs, it's just simply moving it from to operational costs. That's the update. The rest of it's in the report.
Okay, you want? Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Kelvin. I was just interested in terms of that master planning work, when that's to be completed by.
So that master planning work will involve some consultation as well. So we'll look at putting a program together as we pull together this RFP, but would expect it to be later this year.
Before Christmas, Bill.
No, thank you. And I'm glad you mentioned consultation, Kelvin, because there are groups or entities that have activities down there. So the earlier that's done and they're engaged, I think the better, particularly if they're not wishing to, I don't know, but if there were issues around relocation or whatever.
Sorry, thanks, Calvin. I've just got a question about, so just off the back of thinking about the master planning and then the team we're pulling together and then the ECI, would be useful to kind of get an indicative program of all of the various things that we're doing through to, I think in the report says completion by 2027. So all of the various elements from design in the various design stages through to indicatively construction. Another Gantt chart about where we are in the process, so we can kind of, just so that we're clear about all the various things that need to be done at what time, just so that we have full understanding of the program.
Yes, we certainly have that and can share that.
We can add it into the one that's already outstanding.
So my question was really around where in this process do we actually make the decision about whether we upgrade the existing facility or demolish it and build a new facility?
So what we've put in the program is a concept design phase, and that will look at a new facility across the board, and we'll have that costed, and you'll have an opportunity at that time to compare the existing design that was in the feasibility study and the new build design. And we're getting an updated business case with that.
What sort of date will we be considering that? What's the timeline for that?
Based on all the information that we've gotten so far, it's not looking like replacement is a viable option. So we are cautiously scaling back the work that we're doing to look into in detail refurbishment, and looking to channel our energies into replacement, because we think once you create the ability to design the site from a greenfield point of view and not operating around a 50-year-old building that's leaking and has seismic issues, you get the opportunity to plan the site in a much more efficient way. So we're not expecting the cost of refurbishment versus replacement to be exactly the same, but we're also not expecting them to be very different to each other. So we'll bring that back shortly, because we want to give direction to our ECI contractors and our architectural-led design team about exact direction, but we're just running those numbers at the moment. And yeah, they won't be exactly the same, but they won't be that far different from each other. So yeah.
No, and the reason I ask is for exactly that. We need to make a deliberative decision, and it's not just about numbers, because by demolishing and starting again, you may get a better facility. I mean, you probably will get a better facility. So no, I'm not expecting the cost to be the same, but I guess the benefit is also goes alongside of that. But I do think we need to make that deliberative decision, even though intuitively we know it's probably the better option than trying to upgrade a very, very old defective building.
Yeah, look, I actually think we've got that information now that we could bring that to you. I feel as if our approach to this has been overly cautious, and that the information we have in front of us at the moment, in my view, lends to I think that drives us towards the decision actually to demolish, start greenfield and get on with it. So
I just know that there's a bit of frustration amongst us that we made this decision in the first 6 months that we were here. We're 18 months down the track. I really get the feeling from my colleagues that we just want to get on with it.
We'll bring a paper back to the next council meeting. Like Marty said, I think most of the information's there, and maybe we are being overly cautious in terms of it's really just the numbers that we're trying to finalise. So, yep.
And the numbers were large to start with, but they're in the LTP. If we've got to add into them, we better to know now and get on with it. Yeah. Okay. That's for Kelvin. Right. Okay, Bill.
Question around, you've gone down ECI, and I understand the value of that. But how are we assured of value in terms of that ECI process?
Yeah, so through an ECI process, we'll look to competitively tender all the trade packages, and that will form the bulk of the cost, and that will be an open book process with the contractor, so that we've got market tension out there, and we'll ensure value for money through the bulk of the costs.
Seconding that. Okay, anything else? All right, so we received the report and approved 1.15 million of the capital budget reclassified as operational, so you can get on with that. And I just take it that is in concert with BVL who manage this, so we've got the operators in the process as well. Yeah. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. So that is the end of the open agenda. Would someone like to move that we go into public excluded for the reasons outlined on the agenda paper? Stephen, moved by Stephen and seconded by Bill.